warlock?
Tank?
Oh, he's not back yet.
The dwarves run to the front and down the steps, and they say, "We'll take the lead," as Olaf holds his shield high.
Should be Orcus the Dorcas.
Nice. So he runs down the stairs into the long hall, and he takes a long look down the long hall into a long room full of long columns. Professor Abforth scuttles into this room and forages in this chest for knickknacks and
He gets lost in there.
He disappears
He
into the
literally gets lost in. Oh, it literally looked like he just got lost in there on my screen.
Casimir grumbles and says, "I'll fetch him, hang on," and he goes over here. On second thought, this might take a while, don't wait up for me. He goes in there and he jumps in the chest too.
Oh. Ron, you keep an eye on those dwarfs up here. I'll keep an eye on the back, and let's push forward, friends.
Baliog has his sword drawn. He's going to sheath it. He's going to pull out his bow and knock an arrow, because there's a long hallway here. If anything pops out, he'll take a shot at it. Eric's going to run back up the stairs and whisper to the group and say, "Oh, anything could be in that room behind those columns. We should be very cautious."
I am going to. I mean, we're staying close. Seems like we seem to have lost a few. It's quite treacherous, but I'm gonna go ahead and roll a perception check for any traps if I can see anything in the pretty close to us. Oh shit! We gotta reset our cameras. We gotta reset our cameras. I tweak. I see. So let me go reset my camera.
Yes, Peter de Grey is going to stand on the stairs here, and he's going to dig around in his pocket, and he's going to pull out the voodoo doll that you guys gave him.
Oh god.
And he's going to say, "All right, I have a plan. If we spot anything, I'm going to use this voodoo doll on him."
Nat 20 on perception.
How do you know how to use it?
He did a identify spell on it and figured out how to use it.
So, I mean, I'm not far down the hallway, but would I be able to tell if there's anything?
With a 20 perception, you see nothing in the hall from here.
Well, good thing I didn't go down the hall and check the entire room with such a good check, I say.
So your perception's good for line of sight. So
Yep.
if there were a hidden enemy that you could detect in line of sight, I would tell you it was there.
Yeah, that's why I said that sarcastically. It's such a good thing I didn't push forward.
The dwarves
Peter,
are
would
gonna roll stealth with disadvantage.
Hey, Peter, would you need that sacrificial dagger
It's an
to use that doll?
8. He looks at it and he says, "No, I figure anything will work."
Okay.
Guess I'll do a stealth roll.
Did they succeed on their stealth roll?
They got an 8.
That's what I really.
An 8's not very good.
Imagine that. And I'm totally digging this character, by the way, that you created, Morgan.
What's
I
that?
got it.
I love this
18
character.
stealth.
Your new model?
Looks
No
cool,
one
huh?
sees me.
All right, so the dwarves are moving forward slowly. Clank, 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 jingle, clank, clank, jingle, clank, stomp, clank, 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 clank. They get to the end here, and they peek around the corner, making all sorts of squeaking and leather, rubbing on leather noises. And they peek around the corner, and they look to the left, and they look to the right, and they say, "I don't see anything." It's very dark in there. They got to the dark vision, so the dwarves
I'm
can see pretty good.
slightly chuckling under my breath as I've seen this maneuver before, and I'm laughing at them,
Well, hang
but
on.
trying not to make it obvious.
What's the lighting situation? I think
I can see.
you have gear that lets you see. Does everyone else have dark vision?
I have
Yes.
dark vision. Yeah.
I also have dark vision.
I have
Alright.
0 vision, but I'm not there at the moment.
Oh yeah, let's do that part quick. So,
You
because
have keen hearing senses, so you don't
because
rely on
you
vision.
weren't here.
Oh, she's all the way over here.
I put you back in the air vent here, so you'd be hanging out in this upper floor here. Did you want to go back downstairs?
Sure.
All right. So when you went back downstairs, you see that there's like
Lots of dead.
Well, she doesn't see.
I see here.
I'm trying to think, where was the light? So there's this torch here that you could bring with you.
It wouldn't matter. I can't see. I'm blind.
I thought it was that you couldn't talk. I thought you could see just fine.
I'm
Yeah.
a Kenku, so I can only repeat. But I use sound to see.
Would you be able to use vibrations?
Yeah, if I just basically made noise, I could pretty much know exactly where I'm going.
Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo.
You just hear whoo.
You
all
you
over
have
the
a
building.
you could who, or you have like it's still something she's RPing because she chose an owl as her bird species. She's not like a bat blind, but she has a hard time seeing things that aren't very bright.
So there's a room. And the room has multiple exits. You don't know which way your allies went. They could have gone to the north. They could have gone to the west, where there's a door in either direction. But both doors are open, I think. And there's a curtain to the south.
A curtain.
A curtain.
I'm gonna go this way.
Towards the curtain?
No, to the. I guess this would be my right.
Okay. You go down here. There's a bunch of corpses all over the place. And there's a bunch of coffins and a bunch of empty treasure chests all over the place. And there's this door down here. And I'm trying to think. Did this door have a hole in it?
No, there. I don't. We
It was
got into
metal.
it. Yeah.
It was a metal door,
All right. So this is an intact
and we didn't trigger
door.
the trap. So
An intact door, and the trap was a ballista, which has been
Ballista.
rolled all the way down here, so that's
Yep.
no longer a problem. And the spider webs have been removed, so you're able to get into the room, no problem. There's a bunch of other corpses in the room, as well as the bodies of two mimics that are smashed apart, just puddles of gore on the floor there.
That was a fun fight.
You find 4 statues. Each statue is a man dressed in some mean-looking evil armor. Each one has a nameplate saying they're one of like the high lords of the cult.
Cool. Is there any way out of here, or is it just a dead end?
There's no way out of this room other than the door you came in through.
All right, then I'll go to this door over here. How do I even indicate where I'm going? Is it tab?
tab, you can press tab and ping.
Okay, so you go over to this door. This door is open. Well, actually, it was closed, and Barker put a note on it. The note says,
Dangerous, don't proceed, or something like that.
She wouldn't be able to read it.
yeah, so
That's true. She can't see it.
if you're unable to read the note, then you'd probably stroll right on through. So, beyond the door, there's a small room. It's only like 10 feet wide by 20 feet wide, and it's got this alcove with another rich curtain. A very thick tapestry-like curtain.
Then can I like look around? I don't know what my perception is or where my shit is, but yeah.
Sure.
Can I look at shit, inspect it?
So the
Perception's
options
a
are
+3.
perception or investigation. Depending on which one you want to do, you'll get a slightly different result. Perception is just look around, line of sight, whereas investigation, you pick a little plot of land in your vicinity and you check it carefully for traps or treasures.
I'll do investigation of the curtain, maybe listening for things.
Okay. You investigate at the curtain, you hear no sounds, you detect no traps in the nearby vicinity.
Okay, well then I'll go through it.
Same.
So Barker already explored this last week, and he didn't find any traps. This hallway's got more tapestries, or it did have tapestries, but you can see they've been cut down. So this is just a boring hallway all the way through. And then there's this other tapestry blocking the path in this area here.
Can I peek around it?
All right. Peeking through the side, you're able to look into the room. The room is full of corpses. There's massive, massive piles of corpses, skeletons, the skulls of giants. It is a room of death. There's a little door
Cool,
at the
I'll
other
keep
side.
going.
There's a zombie holding his own head dead on the ground.
All right. So you scamper across the corpse room. Big piles
Is there
of.
anything shiny in here?
Oh no, just bones and guts and gore. It smells
Yeah, I'm
really,
not
really
interested.
bad. There's a zombie that's dead on the ground here, and then through the doorway you find this room that had all of the slaves. They were kept in pens, but the slave pens are empty now. I think they've been freed. All the white ones were freed, and the red ones were killed.
Yeah, there's dead bodies in the red ones.
So
so.
Oh,
he's
darn.
dead. He's dead. They had already been turned and had sworn to the cult. There's a dead
She's like-
cultist over here.
She's like, must be getting closer to my friends.
Keep
And
going.
there's the
Yeah,
bodies. There's
there's a-
skeletal remains everywhere, and the bodies of hacked up zombies in this room. So it looks like the signs of a battle here. This cultist has been looted. So through this
Is
room,
this a torch?
at the end of the hall, there's a torch,
Yes.
so you could see some light down there. But you haven't gotten there just yet. You're in this hallway here. The hallway runs past the cages and into a room where there's a door down at the end of the hall, and then there's this little door to your left here, which is slightly ajar.
I'm gonna keep going towards this torch.
You go into the room here, you stumble over another corpse, and you see what appears to be, or you hear, what appears to be a large room. There's a couple doors and a side passage that can all exit from this room.
I like side passages.
Making good time. I'm going to cut back to the rest of the party, because it took you a while to traverse that much of the dungeon. They've been doing some stuff. Okay, so back to the full group here. Everybody's standing nervously looking at this big empty room here where anything could be lurking behind any of these pillars. Who's brave? Who wants to go forward?
Like I said, Devin is just slightly chuckling because this maneuver that they're attempting to pull off is one that he's seen before, and it's humorous to him at this point, but still not moving forward.
The dwarves take
I
a 15-foot sneaky move into the room, and they peek around.
I will
Yeah.
move up almost equal distance, but not full.
I'm sneaking with my 18 stealth. I get behind this pillar and I'd like to peer down the backside.
Yeah, the dwarves are going to.
But I will roll stealth. I will roll stealth though, before everybody decides to put us into combat.
Currently, you can all basically like hear the dwarves clanking with an 8. So
I'm at 23.
even if you're stealthy, they are going to draw some attention.
Like, shh. I can't
Ron.
stealth anyways with my armor.
Yeah,
Ron is also
could.
going to roll stealth.
that's the same problem the dwarves have. Noisy armor.
What is Ron's stealth? Does Ron even get a stealth? Ron actually gets a +6 to stealth, so Ron is going to roll stealth.
Do I see anything down the side wall here in the shadows?
Whole lot of nothing. It
Ron
appears
gets
as
a
it does on the
13.
map. A large room full
Is,
of columns.
I look behind. Is Peter following, or is he still standing over there?
Yeah, I haven't moved him, but Peter DeGray will keep pace at the back of the group, so he'd be behind Devin at this point.
Well, Devin gets a 23, Ron has a 13.
Peter DeGray is going to cast a light spell, but he's going to cast it into an object that he has in his hand that he can make a fist to conceal it, so that he can channel the light down to a more narrow focus beam and hide it. So he doesn't want to be detected, so he's also going to do a stealthy move, but he's not very stealthy, so he only has a 5.
Nobody likes Peter. We've left him.
Let's see here. Stealth 5. And light. So that's his cantrip. What did Ron have? 13? Is that accurate on there?
Yeah.
Alright, cool.
I didn't mean to ping.
It's okay. I ping all the time by accident. It's like I'll hit F4, which puts it on the ping and line tool, and I'll forget about it and I'll tab out, and then when I tab back
Oh,
in,
like
it
that.
pings.
Okay. Oh, okay. I see what it does. Okay.
All right. So the dwarves peeping around. They take a long listen. They hear nothing.
I'm going. Now, can I do perception while I'm stealthed?
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm gonna move up to right about here.
Most of these ability
I'm not-
checks are actions, so they just be subsequent actions. So it's like I do a perception check.
Wait,
and then I
I'm
stealth.
still. Hold on. I'm still poisoned.
Yeah, if you're still poisoned, all of the stealth rolls would be at disadvantage.
So hold on. Let me reroll my stealth then. My
Any-
stealth actually would be 11. Oof.
Yeah.
Anything special about these columns, or are they just like support beams?
The columns are sort of Greek style, where they have the lines running down them. But they're made of 3 segments. Each segment is enormous, probably a 1-ton block or more, stacked on top of each other going to the ceiling. You can see they don't properly align entirely, but they seem pretty sturdy just at a glance. The ceiling is 15 feet above you and looks to be made of solid granite with no detail on the ceiling. It's all very plain, just a large stone chamber with some Greek-looking columns.
13 on perception.
Still not detecting anything of note. The dwarves are going to move up a little bit. They're going to move along the back side of the passage, and then they're going to duck behind this pillar here. Oh, hang on. Razor tripped up trap. So, Razor, when you cross the line here, a giant blade comes up out of the floor and tries to cut your legs off.
And I leap out of the way with dexterous accuracy.
Yeah, let's see it.
I'm hoping.
Possibly.
DC 15 dex save, or you're probably going to lose a leg here.
A DC 15 dex save?
Yep.
You can do an acrobatic for that.
No, this one has to be a dex save. You have to react super quick, otherwise the blade cuts
Acrobatics
through.
is dex, so it's. I mean.
Well, no, but it's a save. I'm proficient in acrobatics, but I'm not proficient in saves.
Oh.
Okay.
Let's see, dex save. Where's my... I need to reset my board.
We gotta
What's your
spend a week
dex?
practicing like dodging blades and falling roofs and.
How do I... Can I just roll like this? There we go. I got a
Hey.
20.
All right. You make your save. So the blade comes whirring out of the wall, just a giant saw blade with teeth. And you very quickly do a little hop and get on the other side of it as it whizzes past. So it would just almost shear your ass off, but you missed. You missed the blade's edge by a centimeter.
Are we all able to see this?
The dwarves saw it. I think Morcan.
I would have been able to see it.
Ron can
I can see
it.
Morcan.
Deffin's behind
And,
a pillar,
I warn
so
him.
I'm not sure Deffin
I'm
saw
not
it.
behind a pillar. I'm on the side of the wall. Would it have came all the way across the room? Like,
You're behind a pillar from where I am.
like did it come? Yeah, but what I'm asking is, did it shoot all the way across the wall? Like, or did it just?
Yeah, was it just like a circular motion, or was it like a cross motion?
Yeah, that's what I'm. Oh, okay. So,
Only right here.
okay. Oh, okay.
It is a saw
I-
blade. It's not cutting across. It's just coming up out of the floor.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I was imagining it went like across the room.
Yeah,
Okay.
not quite. There's one right here, and it comes up out of the floor in this 5-foot section in between, like on the line, right there. So that is the trap. When he crossed it, that's when the blade sprung out.
I do perception check and see if there's a gap that goes across, or is it just this section? Okay.
Oh, there sure is.
Okay, so it's clear. Okay. Oh, Devin, and just watch out. Are you okay? Are you doing fine, Razor?
Yeah, I'm fine.
I think
Hey,
this
Kev.
entire floor might be
Be
trapped
careful
that
getting
way.
across.
So Devin, look out when you go in front. There's a gap in the floor, and The floor's probably fully trapped with a blade.
I will be sure to poke a sword in it, or see if there's anything on my side. Then it's appears this room seems to be trapped, even though I didn't notice anything when I looked last. But I will keep an eye out. I appreciate the heads up.
All right. Where do you go to do your investigation?
I'm going to step forward right here, and I'm going to take out my short sword, and I'm going to I'm going to poke it with a stick. No,
Yeah.
I'm going to attempt to, because I'm Devin, and Devin does dumb things down here. Apparently, he's gonna poke it with a sword.
Now, are you poking the stone or the gap?
The gap.
You poke the gap. Nothing happens.
Sounds like a good Saturday night.
Yeah, it's so. But after that, I guess I'll give it another perception check, seeing that it's. I mean,
So, investigate's what you'd want to roll for this one.
investigate. Okay.
So typically, if you know there's a trap and you're trying to find the mechanism to disarm
Okay.
it or disable it, you're gonna roll an investigate to carefully scour the area for levers, hidden compartments, whatever.
Gotcha. What is my? That's Ron's sheet, not mine.
Welcome,
Oof, my
Kev.
investigate sucks, and
Everybody.
I get disadvantage.
Sorry about that.
Oof,
Yeah.
you're right, man. God, I
Drank a
wish I
little bit
was
too much last night.
not
So,
rolling with
struggling.
disadvantage. You're right, man.
Yeah, it's just napping.
A 10.
All right. You investigate with a 10. I'll say that's enough that you can find the mechanism. So, the block you're standing on has a bit of a tilt to it. When you get to the left side of the block, it tilts, and when it tilts, that activates the blade. The blade springs out and swings through the 5-foot space, and then pulls back down into the floor.
So essentially, so I look at the guys. I tell them. I mean, it appears that it just seems that this block activates it. If we simply just go around, maybe we should be fine. But that doesn't mean that the other blocks don't have a similar mechanism. I mean,
How does it work?
it appears to be weight based. It's you stand on it and the blade comes out.
If you want, I can. What I can do, I can stand on this side of the block, keep
So,
my
I
weight
mean-
on, and then you can jump across and see if
So
it
I mean, I demonstrate for him. I shift my weight over, and
is it sideways or is it like front back.
so before I do that though, Ninja, if I'm getting this right, if I shifted my weight to that point, it would activate it, right?
So it's got a mechanism sort of like this. So the gap is here, and the blade is right here. And when you get to this point in the block, it tilts. And when it tilts, this presses a button here,
Yeah, towards the front.
which activates the trap, causing it to spring up here. So, if you could find a way to keep this block from tilting downward, or if you could hop across, then you'd bypass the trap.
Simple mechanics, something we've seen before. It's just jump over it and we'll be fine, is what I tell the group.
Okay.
Yeah, so I hop over it. It's a simple jump. We're talking about a simple gap, right?
It depends on your strength, I think. Jumping's tricky in 5e.
Kev, are you with us?
Boots of springing and
No.
striding are super useful.
Okay.
Okay, so what it says is, if you get a running start, I'm pretty sure you can all make it. But if you're doing a standing jump, it's pretty limited.
Yeah, and move out of your
Well,
way.
I'm gonna hop on Ron. Because everything I'm failing right now, I'm at a disadvantage. So I'm actually gonna hop on Ron and let Ron get a running jump.
It says you can cover a number of feet equal to your strength score, so you need at least a strength of 10 to clear that gap.
I have a
Anybody?
9.
Yeah, all right. So we do have one person who can't clear the gap with a regular jump. But
So- Ron would be able to carry me though, right?
It says when you make a standing long jump, you can only leap half that distance. So yeah, if you
Cool.
if you get on Ron and Ron jumps across, that would work.
He's got a 14. Yeah, so Ron is gonna take a running leap and carry me across
Hopefully.
with ease. Ron is twice my size.
All right. The dwarves are pretty strong. They hop across as well.
Hey, Peter, do you need some help for this?
Peter de Grey is gonna come jogging down the corridor here. Actually, let me check his stats for a moment because I'm not entirely certain if he has enough strength.
Let me know if you.
What is your strength score, Shabby?
Not. It's an 8.
Oh,
I'm not gonna get across this.
You can
well,
fly.
I can send your friend Olympian
can't.
back.
I can't
Can't
fly. I'm
fly.
a Kenku.
I can send your friend back for you.
Well, if I make it there, if you guys even know that I'm coming.
Oh, look at
Yeah,
that. Peter
well,
de Grey has exactly 10 strength. He leaps across. Huzzah!
I have a plan.
I'll do the
It
same
looks
thing.
like you're probably going to bump into Kef when he comes out of that treasure room.
Yeah.
So,
That's
Kev,
probably how it's going to time here.
I had Barker go into this room and dive into this treasure chest, and I had
I'll be back in a
you-
minute.
I had you go look for him. So that's where Kef is.
Probably fell into his bag of holding.
That's where Kesenlir Longbrew is. He fell into his own bag of holding. Oh, that'd be tragic.
Yeah.
Can you imagine dying that way? The next person finds your bag and just like the first item they pull out is your bones.
He's a corpse.
Just like a freezer burned corpse from the vacuum of space.
We knew him well.
Okay, so I've looked for Abfirth and I can't seem to find him.
He plays the shell game with
So-
the boxes and you're unable to locate him.
Yeah,
The shell game, yes.
sneaky halflings.
There's a Kenku
And-
on the loose.
I guess I'll come out here. I don't know where everybody went, so I
Hang on.
will.
When you get to here, you are spotted. So,
Oh no!
Maeve,
Olympians.
Maeve, your sonar detects a moving body going clank,
I'm
clank,
gonna
clank.
run at it with full force.
All right. A bird person comes screaming towards you. Kesenlir.
I see a crazy bird person running at me. Run away!
Olympian!
Scared. No, I'm kidding.
I said it in his voice because that's who I heard it from the first
Like,
time.
oh, Maeve, glad you guys could join us. Where did everybody else go? I was looking for Abfirth, and everyone seems to have disappeared. Any idea where they went?
Where they went?
Yes, I will point in multiple directions. See if she responds to any direction I point in.
Everybody else go.
As I point in a direction, maybe? Oh, I guess I would. All right, so I was pointing this way when she said it.
I'm going to just walk aimlessly forward.
All right.
Never mind. I'm going to follow her because her tracking and navigation skills are much better than mine.
When everybody gets to the bottom of the steps, you will spot the rest of the party down at the end of the hall, just getting to the
Ah.
carpeted area. The dwarves are.
She
gonna-
actually is proficient in tracking.
I know. Yeah.
Tracking's difficult
Figured
on
as
stone,
much.
though.
I say, oh, there they are.
Tracking's better in the
now when there's
woods.
loud ass dwarves clanking around.
Yeah,
Hmm.
that's sort of a perception thing. Like tracking
Hey,
is
Barker.
finding footsteps in the mud in the wilderness.
Perfect timing.
So yeah, guys, I can't find Abfirth. I gave up. I don't like searching for sneaky halflings. But I found an
There he
owl
goes.
person running at me.
Oh, he's back.
The dwarves are gonna turn around and they're gonna see Casimir coming, and they're gonna hold up their hand for you to stop.
Ah, yes. What's up?
They point at the floor. They're trying not to make too much noise.
I see. I get it. I'm not very good at not making much noise, but I will stop here and like hold my hands up, like what? You know, like whisper, like what are you talking about?
Casimir, razor blade traps in the floor.
I see.
Here, careful.
I,
Floor.
Jump. You're gonna want to jump over this section.
okay, I will. grab the owl and throw the owl over the blade trap first.
And I'm like, are you? Oh, never mind.
That
And
worked out
Attaboy.
pretty well.
I could have sent Ron over, but that's fine. And
I flex my muscles and say, "Don't worry about it," and then I jump.
Now I've heard
Friend,
of dwarf
why?
tossing, but a dwarf tossing?
I'm like, I've taken that ride before and I fell, but
I run and clumsily jump, and you guys, as it's happening, are like, "Oh god, this is gonna be bad." This dwarf in heavy armor.
Bye,
But
friend.
then I mysteriously have like an Olympic style jump, and I jump like fucking 10 feet, no problem.
Excellent.
And you
All right.
guys are like, "What the hell was that?"
So
about
everybody hears
Olympian.
the heavily armored dwarf land with a crash on the other side of the stone floor
Yes.
in this big
indeed.
hallway where many echoes happen.
oh god.
So the echoing noise is going to alert some creatures.
Was
and
that quiet enough for you guys?
I'm gonna roll initiative now that you're close enough that things can hear you.
Ron's happy to see his
Hello.
friend.
Hey,
Hello,
Barker.
Hey, Barker.
Howdy.
Barker. You're playing what is it? The what game
Shell
was
game.
it, Ninja?
The shell game in the boxes.
Yeah, you're playing the shell game in these boxes down here.
Every time.
Which
Cap
one are
looks in a
you?
different
Which one are
chat,
you
were
in?
in a different
Which
one.
one are you in, Barker? You picked right.
It helps if there's a number beside it that tells when
Damn
there's
it.
something in it.
Cheating.
Cheating.
Meta as fuck.
All right, so Barker, I'm gonna say that you were a few steps behind the party, so you're only gonna get to the bottom of the stairs here when stuff happens. Okay, so when the initiative goes off, I'm gonna do a surprise round, because way down here there's some. Not that one. Let me do
Where is way down here? Damn it.
this one.
Okay.
I've got some.
Way down yonder on the Chattahoochee.
Got some
Maybe
enemies
it's
on the
under
board.
hoochie coochie.
Did you guys take a rest last week?
No, I'm still
did.
poisoned.
At some point, we took a short rest. We haven't taken a long rest.
Short rest.
We took
We-
a long rest in the room, the storage room. This one. That was the last one.
We've
Alright.
taken one
Yeah, yeah.
rest. We've taken a
Yeah,
total of
that
one
was-
rest in here.
So one of these
That was 2 weeks
cultists
ago, though.
had drank a healing potion, and he recovered 7 of his damage. The other cultist, same deal, drinks a healing potion. He recovers 8 of his damage. And the third cultist, I think these guys all got hit by that bomb arrow or something.
Yeah, the one that destroyed the necromancer. That's how I got the key.
All right, so they all use some healing. See if I can move these as a set. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And then I can do some stuff from here with actions.
Brownie.
All right. So suddenly the party is confronted by the cult. The cult steps out into the hallway that is carpeted in red carpets and lined with shining torches. You can see behind them 2 phantom knights and a high-ranking necromancer. And in the front ranks you have 3 injured cultists who have scorched and singed cloaks that are all burnt and shabby looking. They're holding their
Shabby.
slightly charred spell books in their hands, and they're waving their wizard staffs in the air. I'm gonna cast several spells at you guys.
Jeez, and look who's in front.
Is it Deafen?
Hopefully blind.
Deafen, yes.
Find
Who's
my
still
stats.
poisoned?
Oh, so that means disadvantage on your saving throws for
I've-
avoiding these.
I've already freaking.
That's unfortunate. Come in.
Here we go. All right. So, what can these guys do? I think I want to use Chill Touch. Chill Touch is an attack roll, and then it prevents you from healing if you fail,
God.
or if you're hit.
God.
You cannot regain hit points until the start of your next turn if you've been hit by Chill Touch. So they're going to open with that.
Do
So
they have a mage hand?
Chill Touch has 120-foot range.
Oh, that's just deceptive in name, I see.
It is. All right, so Beliog is mostly ducked behind a wall, and so is Razor, and so is Maeve. But Peter de Grey, Defen, and Ron are all in clear view. So first I'm going to shoot a chill at Ron, and they have a 14 to hit Ron.
Ron. Yep.
Okay, Ron takes 5 necrotic damage and cannot heal for a turn. The second cultist fires his chill touch at Defen. So Defen, that's only a 9, which I believe misses. And then
No,
the third
that
one at
misses.
Peter de Grey, that's a critical hit. Nat 20. Oof.
Fuck Peter.
Peter de Grey takes 14 necrotic damage and cannot heal.
Bye, friend.
Lol. You dead,
Uh,
bitch.
Hang on, let me look at his stats. Peter de Grey. He's got 15 con, so he's actually got decent hit points. He's a second level cleric. Clerics get D8. So that means he has 8, 10, 14, 16. He has 16 hit points. Peter de Grey goes down.
He's already down. He's already down too. Yeah, it's unfortunate.
Amazing. Peter de Grey gasps as his entire body is covered in a layer of frost, and he just collapses in a heap. The necromancer in the back of the pack, he's got a different spell. What he's gonna do? Oh, you know what? Actually, he's going to use a bonus action to pull a potion out of one of his hidden pockets from his robes, and he's gonna drink it.
Pocket.
Okay, he drank the potion, but with his action, that was just his bonus action. With his action, he's going to cast a spell. So he points a Ray of Enfeeblement at Ron.
Bye, Ron.
Bye, friend.
Bye, friend.
Check the stats on this real quick. Ray of Enfeeblement, is it an attack roll or a save? No, it says make a spell attack, so the beam shoots out. Oh, crit fail. You lucked out. You lucked out.
Nice.
The spellcaster
Doesn't
fails incredibly miserably. He's wrapped up in his spellcasting and forgets he's fighting a battle. All enemies have advantage on their attack rolls against him until their next turn. Alright, let me just make a note. He's distracted. The two phantoms will dash. So the phantoms are dashing forward. They phase through their allies here, and both of the cultists shudder visibly as they're phased through. Alright, so the second move allows them to block this hall. So the two phantoms stand guard. They're armored, and they have their flails at the ready. And both of them are going to say, "Interlopers, you have entered the sacred crypts of the cult and will be punished accordingly," in a very ghostly apparition voice that seems to come from far away. The cultists further back are a little less ballsy about it. They seem a bit intimidated based on the huge fire damage they took in the previous encounter. They do not want to get hit by that again, but they have to fight because this is like... You've cornered them like rats, so they have to put up a fight now. All right. Peter de Grey is going to make a death save. And he succeeds. So...
Is a death save considered healing?
No.
Okay,
No.
Good. Bad. Good. I don't know. Maybe. Fuck Peter.
Why do you want him to die?
I just don't like him in general. I don't know.
Yeah, none of us do.
The guy healing us.
He hasn't
Yeah,
really
just
done
not-
much healing.
Just not he hasn't healed me yet.
He
He's
hasn't
healed
really
himself
done a death
mostly.
save.
I guess you're right. He's never healed me.
Yeah, but he saves the hell out of Kezenlair.
Yeah, I
did,
guess.
Did you guys forget how he turned all those
He
undead?
hasn't healed me yet.
Eh,
You
he really didn't do
exploded.
much.
He
No,
turned.
he didn't do anything for that though.
He turned all the undead. They were all horrified.
Yeah, but there's like 10 hit points.
I mean, he's fine, I guess, but just kind of like fuck that guy. It's one of those.
Yeah,
things.
he's kind of greedy. He was an expensive hire too.
What? You paid him with one voodoo doll that you didn't know how to use?
Gold coin.
It was 100. Like, nah, we paid him quite a bit. He was an expensive hire,
Oh, the thing is, it was a magic item. Magic items tend to be worth about 1,000 gold.
and he snuck around a lot.
Yeah, he's a bit.
Yeah,
sneaky.
he did go off to the left when the rest of the group went right and was like looting treasure while we were fighting mobs.
That is
Yeah,
true. He does go
we
off
did
on
have
his
to-
own,
We did have to put a scout on him as well.
but so does Abforth. So I mean,
Yeah, but Abforth,
Mm.
Abforth's our asshole though. Everybody has an asshole. He's our asshole.
Can't have two.
You can't have two assholes,
I'm
otherwise,
not even that big of an asshole. Like, where did this
Exactly.
come
He's
from?
not. He's not really. He's our Abforth.
speaking of Abforth, it's your turn.
Really, I'm a great guy. I don't know where
Wait,
you
how's
guys
it-
get this injustice.
How was it? I didn't even get a turn.
Well, the cult went, and then Peter DeGray went, and now it's Barker's turn.
I didn't even get a-
After my
Devin never got a
chest.
turn.
Hmm.
Yeah, I haven't,
Morgan
I
did-
No,
haven't
that
had
was
a
a
turn.
surprise round, Ninja.
Yeah,
Yeah, that
and
was a
also-
surprise round.
That's right. That's right. My
Maeve's not even on initiative.
My
Yeah.
bad. Let's redo this. Let's
I
redo
don't
this.
Yeah.
So that was just the surprise round. That was just. the
Yeah, I thought
surprise
that was
round.
just a
Let
surprise
me-
round. I didn't think you even rolled initiative.
I did, but I didn't have it set
Didn't
up
put
right.
Maeve on it. Yeah.
So now it'll be correct.
I'm sneaking around. No one knows.
Wow, a 13. That was a wasted. But anyways, I'll take it.
So yeah, let's go back to the top. Defin, what do you do?
So Ron is quite pissed off, but I kind of got to give him a calming. Like, Ron, you just took like your first spell hit, and so Defin's like, no, Ron. Like, I know you want to attack here, but you need to wait. And so Ron wants to attack, but I take a step in front of him, and for once, it's kind of me playing the protector over Ron. I'm not gonna put him away though. But I am going to shield him though. I'm going to take a bomb arrow out though. Yes, I know. I'm down to a few though. I tell them the group. I kind of gonna make this my last hurrah with these. I have just but a few, and I'm gonna take aim at that necromancer in the back. The son of a bitch hurt my cat, and he's gonna pay for it. So I
Okay.
take aim at the necromancer. I say my mouth has gotten me in trouble before, but nobody makes my cat bleed his own blood. Yes, I said that. Let me go back to my camera. 22 for 11 on the initial.
All right, that's a hit. Actually, hang on. Nah, he can't shield that. Okay, go ahead.
And then 9 additional and a 10-foot radius for the fire damage.
Nine fire. What was the arrow damage? 6.
Yeah.
Okay, so here's what happens. So he takes the. Yeah, hang on, let me roll this save. He takes the 6 damage because he hit. He fails his save. The fire goes off. He resists half of it. The potion he drank was a potion of fire resistance.
Imagine that.
So he only takes 10 damage. Okay, so the cultists in front of him. What's their dex? 2. All right. They fail their save, so they all take 9 damage.
You'll be happy to know that that is the last one I'm going to be firing this engagement, though.
I think you wiped out all the cultists. Bam! They drop. So the fireball explodes and sends the pack of cultists scattering and crumpling to the floor. The one in the back, though, he sort of has a sly grin on his face because the potion he drank nullifies a bunch of the damage that you would have done to him with that attack.
Say that one was for Ron. And let me see. Do I have any? I do hand Ron, but it would take. Now I do have a quick question. How would that work for Ron with good berries?
You'd probably have to hand feed him one at a time.
So that would be a full action for me. So
It's not like he has hands
I'll-
to hold a bunch of berries and the
Yeah,
knowledge to
so-
eat one at a time.
Yeah, so I'll hold off on that and I'll save those because I still have 5 left. All right, I'm done. So go ahead, Morkan.
Chris.
Okay. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna take one of my oil tips and shoot it at one of the Phantom Knights here, the one on the left here. Actually, at the one on the right because I have a better angle there.
Okay. Pew pew.
How many have blessing? Oh fuck. 10? I guess not. But where does it land though?
I don't think you have bless anymore.
Did I roll with bless there?
You didn't roll with plus.
You didn't?
No, I didn't roll with bless.
Let's see. They had armor class
Bonus D4s
17.
from his bonus thing, I'm pretty sure.
Gotcha.
His ability power.
Plus, it's a magical weapon.
All right. So you take a shot, but these things are very hard to hit. Heavily
Mhm.
armor plated.
Where does the arrow land though?
Probably on the floor in front of it.
In front of them, because it'll still catch on fire.
I thought, yeah, that's fine. Whatever. So there's a burning arrow on the floor.
So like where is it falling? Because this entire area here would be like if I hit here, these guys would still get hit by fire.
They were not hit.
What kind of arrow is that?
It's a alchemist tip with oil, but my arrows are a fire too. So when it hits the floor, it catches the floor on fire for a minute.
They don't have to stand on the floor. They're flying.
Okay. Well, we can't step. You guys can't step in it then, or else you'll catch on fire.
I guess we could put one of those little torch icons on there. Copy this one. Bloop. If you want to keep track of it. All right. Do you want to move or use bonus action? Do anything else? Nothing?
I'll move into this position here,
Okay.
behind the blade.
Chris retreats back to a safer spot behind a pillar. Barker, far end of the hall, what do you do?
Since I'm blind as a fucking bat in the dark, I'm gonna put my hand against the wall and slowly walk forward till my movements.
I guess you can see that light in the distance, though.
Yeah, I imagine.
The hallway at the far end is well lit.
Well, I get to here and start seeing a sign of battle, so I
Can
prepare
I
a
yell
sneak.
to him? Or do I have to wait for my turn?
Yeah, you can yell to him. Communicating is fair.
I point down at the gap in the floor and say, "Stop!"
Okay, as she does that, I roll a shitty sneak roll, and I stop and I examine my surroundings.
This gap right here.
No, it's okay. I still can't see anything, really, so I don't know exactly where she's pointing, but I keep an eye out. Once I get close to that area, I'll start investigating. And, sorry, this is I can't move further than this. This is my turn.
All right. You guys see Abforth coming in the distance, maybe? Professor, what do you do?
Sorry.
What's Razor's big move?
My big move? I'm gonna charge at them.
Cultist, it's your turn, man. Here you go.
All right, the one right in front of me, I'm gonna go ahead and I'll hex him. I will also give him disadvantage on dex saves. And I believe hex lets me add a d6. Yes,
my
d6
D6.
necrotic damage. And I'm gonna swing at him with my staff, and then afterwards assume the defensive stance for the +1 AC.
Okay.
Let's see, d8. I also put my shield away, so I'm two-handing the staff for the d10. Because I remember these guys don't care about shields. And I'm gonna make my attack.
Aren't staffs usually a D6 one-handed and then a D8 two-handed?
Oh yeah, you're right. Sorry about that. d8. I guess I was already two-handing it. 15 hit?
15 glances off his armor and does not connect.
Wasn't it a
Fuck this
16
guy.
for these guys?
Armor class 17. They are in halfway.
Oof.
So close. And I assume the defensive stance.
These are the guardians of the cult of Orcus. Undead spirits that refuse to stop serving beyond death.
That's my turn, so it's their turn, I believe.
Yeah. All right. So the Necromancer here, he's going to cast a Animate Dead spell. Animate Dead raises dead humanoids in the vicinity.
Oh, great. These sons of bitches are coming back.
Let's see. Choose a pile of bones or a corpse of a medium or small humanoid. So I guess he can only do one of these guys as a zombie. So let me reset his hit points and change his name to Zombie Cultist. Dun dun dun. So he raises this zombie and he commands the zombie to kill his enemies. How fast does a zombie move? I think like 20. Zombies are slow. Yeah, speed 20, so he can only go 5, 10, 15, 20 and get behind this wall here. Not intentionally, but just stumbling forward. Meanwhile, after casting the spell and giving his command, this necromancer is going to glare at the party and say, how dare you attack the cult of Orcus? We will raise you as corpses and make you serve us for an eternity. And then he retreats back here. From the back here, I've got 2 more cultists. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. These 2 cultists get here, and they both cast mage armor. And then 2 more cultists emerge. And they get to here, and they cast mage armor. And then 2 more necromancers pop out here, and both of them cast a spell as well.
Jesus Christ. This is where we die, boys.
This is the cult of Orcus. They are not slouches, and there's a bunch of them. So, as you see that their reinforcements are mounting, you might reconsider your strategy. But that's up to you guys. What do you want to do? The Dwarf Bros are next, and they are going to help out Razor, because they don't want you to be out there by yourself. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25. They get right here. They're going to focus on the one that Razor is also fighting. Focus down on just one. Olaf is going to try to shove it. And he fails. And Baliog is going to try to chop it with his sword that he drew while he ran over here. And I think he just barely hits him. Just barely. He does 4 damage. It's not much, but he at least landed a hit. And then Eric is going to try to... he can't trip it because it's got no legs.
I ain't got no legs, Lieutenant Dan.
Maybe he can do a maneuver. Give me just a second. I'm going to check the Grit and Glory book about a disarm. If he could take its weapon from it, he can hamper it somewhat.
Didn't he put it on its back last time?
Yeah, well, Olaf was trying to shove it to the ground to make it prone. But he failed. He only rolled a 6.
Can you make something incorporeal prone?
Probably not. He doesn't know that.
That's true.
All right, combat options. Where's disarm? Or he could try sunder. Nah, he doesn't have a good weapon for that. Oh, you know what he's gonna do? He's gonna be sneaky. He attempts nah, he doesn't really have anywhere to hide. He can't stealth. That was an idea. I really want him to do something useful here. Oh, you know what? He's going to feint. So he pulls his dagger and he tries to feint. Before you make an attack with a finesse melee weapon that you're proficient with, you can spend your bonus action to perform a feint to deceive your target. Make an attack roll opposed by the target's passive insight. He succeeds. All right. If you succeed, you have advantage on your next attack, and you benefit from dominance against the target until the start of your next turn. If you fail, you have disadvantage. All right, let me make a note of that. So that's the dwarves' turn. Shabby, what does Maeve do?
I'm gonna enchant my stones and probably throw them at him. At the one Razor's attacking.
Magic stone.
So I think I just pressed this D6, no?
Yeah, you just press the standard attack. I set it up for you.
Wow.
24 to hit.
Nice.
Jeez.
6 damage.
Wow, nice.
Bye, friends.
Precision aim with that magic stone. 6 damage to his head with a glowing rock.
Nice.
It's around Razor's ear, like nips Razor's ear as it curls up around its head.
He just
knock
used
the
the
shit out
whiff
of
of
that
the.
dude. And knocks the Phantom in the forehead with a big shiny red.
Yeah, I'm like in this guy's face, missing him with my staff. And a teeny tiny little rock from 5, 10, 20, 30, 40 feet away whizzes and smacks him in the head.
Just comes.
I don't know if I can do anything
Friend.
else for now.
It's your bonus action to enchant the rocks. So you now have 2 more enchanted rocks to throw. You enchanted 3 rocks. That was your bonus action, and then your action was throwing the rocks. So
So I think I'm done.
unless you want to move somewhere,
Yeah, you can
I
use
just
your.
moved out from behind the pillar, so that's.
You
what I
still
did.
have more.
yeah, you
can
can move
break your
back if you'd
movement up.
like.
No, I
Yeah.
can't get over the gap.
No,
But
like
you
you
can
can go
still
back
go
behind
behind
the
the
pillar
pillar.
if you want.
Pillar, yeah. I'll do that. Bye, friends.
Kev.
Awesome turn, honestly. Better, more productive than mine.
I just peek out. Ha!
I feel like Kef's not really alive right now.
Sorry. Yeah, man, I'm hanging in there. Been a rough day.
I can feel that. I
Yeah.
can understand why.
Do you have turkey? Because that'll help.
Sure. I go running. Like, you see me pull out my javelin, and run
Yes.
like I'm about to do like an Olympic long throw.
You got
And I
this.
like come to a sliding stop right here and release my javelin at the one that Razor and the Dwarf Bros are fighting. And yeah, 15 to hit for
Oh,
10
damn.
damage.
I thought you had it, man. I thought you had it.
They have 17 or 18 armor or some shit. So
17.
Phantom Knight, very hard to kill.
Well, at least I didn't throw it into the back of Razor's head.
I appreciate that.
Yeah.
Mm,
At least there's that.
All right. Peter DeGray makes a second successful death save.
Son of a bitch. I mean, yeah, good job.
I think that means he stabilizes, doesn't it?
Oh, no, he needs 3
Or
successes
he
to
needs
stabilize.
3.
But I think that would. Well, I guess it was. I don't know. It's up to you.
Well, I don't think
Unless so-
he can. I don't think he can lose.
If
now,
somebody
or
did
he's
a-
unlikely to lose now. So next
Yeah,
turn,
if
he should
somebody
wake
did a
up.
medicine check on him right now, then he would be fine.
Or any magical healing, that would
Yeah.
wake him up.
Yeah. We're good, though. We're in combat.
I think.
All right. So
Oh,
I
yeah.
rolled the new initiative. Defin's at the top.
So, once again, I tell Ron to stay put, maintain his position and his defensive stance. If anybody comes in his area, though, to attack. But I pull out a standard arrow, and I'm going to attack the Phantom Knight that Razor is attacking. I just saw Friend wing a fantastic shot past me with a rock, and I'm quite intrigued with this maneuver, actually.
I
It's
have
a glowing
many
rock.
rocks.
Yeah.
It's like if she can hit him with a rock, I can hit him with an arrow. In
Yeah.
before miss.
And I'm like, like thinking to myself, I need to find out what this is afterwards. So
Accidentally uses the -4 bow of unluckiness.
yeah, no, that
He
thing
hit.
is
It would have been
20
hilarious if he missed.
26 for 13.
That's a real good hit.
Yeah, and just lay into the guy.
Right in between his dumbass face.
Which one did you
Yes.
shoot? The one on the right?
Realized- I just realized these pillars are sushi.
Oh my god.
And
Granite sushi.
can I? Oh no, I can't see the other ones that are coming out yet, so I wouldn't be able to say. We need to lay it on before they get here. So, but that is my turn.
That Phantom reels. That hit really did damage to him.
Yeah, it was a good hit.
I'm gonna finish it.
Yeah, I was gonna
it's
say
my turn.
something. Yeah.
All right. I will smack him with my staff and assume the defensive position. $17? That hits, right?
That sure did hit.
16 damage.
Let's
Yeah.
go, boys.
Hell yeah.
All right. That hit.
That was a big hit.
That hit knocks its head right off.
Hell yeah.
It disincorporates and the armor clanks to the ground in a heap.
A rock
Um,
and two hits.
I'll use my bonus to reapply Hex to the one on the left and give him disadvantage on dex saves.
Is that your first hit with your new staff?
Nah.
No, that's the second hit. I
Oh,
hit
nice.
the same type of guy last time.
Oh,
That's
that's
actually-
right.
It's my third hit and my second killing blow. Staff is doing good. And that's my turn. I spent my action attacking, bonus action reapplying Hex.
No fantastic killing blow.
I mean, I
Words
could
this time.
describe it. But
I
it's
move a little bit more forward, and I shoot an arrow to a regular arrow to Phantom Knight.
Nice.
21 hit, 11 damage with 2 of fire.
Solid hit. It reels in
Really
pain.
should keep these sushis out of my reach, Ninja.
You're renaming all of my columns to sushi. That happens
No.
every time I put these things out on a board.
I don't rename them. I just stack them until I can't stack them anymore.
Oh, he's off to the
It's a
side.
thing I've got to do.
That's troublesome because you're gonna end up breaking the
Oh.
table.
And I yelled to before the end of my round. I yelled to Adford. I say, "Watch out the trap, and you gotta jump over the floor to avoid the blade."
Thank you,
And then I'm at the end of my
Chevy
round.
already.
Dude, this thing's dangerous. I'm pretty sure I pulled a stack of this out of a bag one day and it did crash the board.
Kevin, it's your turn. Here, go.
It's gone. It disappeared. I put it through the ceiling limit and it disappeared.
It's
Good
gonna
news.
reappear out of a bag later.
You're up, Kaz.
I think you can still see the shadow of it here. Is this what this
Yeah.
is?
I pull out my last javelin,
Yeah.
and instead of like doing a running, I decide to like brace myself, and like I spend a few seconds lining up the javelin.
Oh, shit.
No joy.
Yeah.
All right.
get-
Find a new
all right.
weapon.
Aim.
got-
I can't get to melee range, man. I can't.
I
You can
tell
walk
Kaz
past
and
me.
Leo, I'm glad you're
Yeah, I
not going
didn't
to be
have
using
enough
those in the
movement.
gladiator contest.
Typical dwarf with
I
a
was
god.
here,
Squares
5,
on
10,
fire.
20, 25.
Typical
It's double
dwarf.
movement to go
It's no, it's
through,
not
but
on
I
fire
couldn't have
anymore. It was
made
only
it
2
that far.
turns.
Next turn, I'll be able to
Maeve.
get through you.
Well, I still have my
sorry.
rocks.
We
I
will
have at
rock
least
you.
one more.
You have 2 more.
So, oh, I have 2 more. So
Mhm.
I'm gonna step out again and throw another rock at that ghost boy.
Yes.
What class are you?
'Cause
19 hit. Oh my god. She landed both
Nice.
rocks. 9 damage to his face with a glowing
Wow.
rock.
Doing good.
Nice.
Making short work of these
Fucking-
Phantom Knights.
Fucking amazing rolls.
And then I'm just gonna step behind this one here again.
I'm gonna
Bye,
need some
friend.
lessons on how to throw weapons.
She's fucking like, she's hacking her roller.
You got a lot of range people you talk to, Kevin. You know.
No, you guys shoot bows. That's
No,
different.
she throws rocks.
Yeah.
Need
Okay.
somebody
That's
that
Pretty
throws
effectively,
things.
too. Alright, Barker, what have you got?
Just running back and forth between the pillars, throwing a rock, hiding
She's
again,
like-
throwing a rock.
little trickster.
I'm gonna roll a better sneak attempt because I feel a little exposed.
Exposed in an empty room.
Well, I mean, it's dark for me. Just was feeling like I needed to get hidden. See a lot of shit going on. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna step behind this pillar, and I'm gonna notch an arrow. And it's safe to say everybody's attention's on the fight, right?
Yes.
Yes.
I'm gonna aim an arrow at Peter DeGray and shoot him in the face.
Mm.
She can't see you either. I love it.
She
I
would
love it.
definitely. I think she would hear the arrow pass.
Did
could just
Barker
claim I
just
missed
become
the fight.
chaotic evil?
I missed. Oh no, he's prone. Maybe I didn't. I don't know.
You'd
He's
be
unconscious.
he'd be
I
harder
don't
to
know what
hit
that
prone.
means.
He'd be
Yeah,
harder to
range.
hit prone.
Right? You
Ranged
had
have disadvantage on prone.
disadvantage.
Well,
So an
I
arrow
definitely
hits the pillar above Peter DeGray's face.
You hear me say, "Shit, that one slipped. Sorry."
Well, that might have been enough to wake him up.
It's his turn, so if he succeeds another save.
Peter DeGray with 1 hit point. Let's see. So that puts him at minus 15 now. He's going to use half his movement to stand up, and he's gonna look around, and then he's gonna go 5, 10, 15. I guess that's just 10. He gets here, and what can he do? Does he still get an action this turn?
I send you a text, Borker.
He's probably gonna cast a heal on himself.
I didn't get anything, Chris.
No?
No.
Oh, I sent that to Crooked.
I did hear that.
All right, I'm trying to remember. Does Peter DeGray have his spells now?
Fucking snitch.
No,
God.
no, she was AFK, but she would have
God,
heard it.
snitching on me. What an asshole.
I'm not snitching. I'm just saying she would have noticed. I'd have no idea.
I
My
don't know if
character
she'd
has-
have noticed or not,
I have
honestly.
exquisite hearing.
Yeah, she has
But,
keen hearing.
okay,
So
so
she had
what I'm
advantage.
asking is, would you have known that I shot an arrow while I was sneaking with the 24 at that person? That's what I was asking.
I wouldn't know where it came from, but I would probably have
But-
heard the arrow.
Well, for I'm not sure. I don't know how that ruling be. She has keen hearing, so she has advantage on perception checks that involve hearing.
It's easy
so-
to hear an arrow whiz by. Especially
Yeah,
if
right
it's
by her
close.
face. The guy is unconscious at her feet. So,
And the clatter of it hitting the stone right next to her.
but would she have known where it came from?
I don't. I'll just say that.
Okay,
But I'm assuming it's from behind.
but yeah, she knows an arrow came from behind her at an ally.
Well, she also heard me say, shit, that one slipped after I shot it.
True, she would have heard that.
So, Peter DeGray, I think, like, did he had used all of his spells, and then you guys never took a long
Yeah.
rest, right?
No,
No,
well,
see, that was when
no.
we got woken up resting, and then
We ended up long resting in the room with all the statues. That's when
we
he got
took
his
a
spells
second
back.
Rest.
Yeah,
So
we
then
took a long rest
he-
in the room with the
So
statues.
then he does have spells right now.
Yeah, I don't
should.
remember if he used any last week.
I didn't make any notes on here about spells that he's used already, so I guess I'll just go ahead
So
and
yeah,
cast a heal.
he has all his spells back.
He healed somebody like
He healed the dwarf bros,
back over here.
Oh, you're right. You're right. I remember now. He did heal the dwarf bros that one time.
and then he
so-
healed a little bit of himself. Because he took damage himself. He healed the dwarf bros, and then he healed himself.
So this is going to be his last spell, and he's using it on himself. He's
Yeah,
such a useful
that's
healer.
Per usual.
All
See,
right.
that's what I'm saying. Fuck this guy. We're paying him
Yeah.
to heal himself the whole time
Who else is hurt?
and benefit.
Ron.
Acting like I'm the bad guy. I'm trying to save us 1,000 gold.
I think Kaz took damage, but I made him eat the berries.
And I also don't think that that would be considered chaotic evil. I feel like that's very chaotic neutral because it suits my plans perfectly.
What's wrong? Ron's max health.
Murdering an ally
Ron's
is always in the
max health
evil
is 12.
category.
It says he's
I
at
don't-
13
see,
HP right
I
now.
don't consider him an
I
ally.
updated it on my sheet, but I need to update it on here. He's actually at 8 right now, I think.
He's at 8 of 12.
He's max HP is 13.
8 of 13 then. Okay.
I'll update it on here. Sorry.
No, you're good.
All right, so down at the end of the hall, the Phantom Knight is going to, with all of his might, try to smite Razor, and he rolls a 3, so he does not. He smites
Smite
the
me.
He
ground.
certainly doesn't.
He smites the ground with all his might. Some shouting from back here. The necromancers tell their underlings, "Fight! Fight to the death for Orcus!" And all of the cultists say, yeah, for Orcus, I guess. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. The cult charges out into the hall, and all of them begin incanting their spells. This zombie comes around the corner and takes a swing at Razor. He rolls a 9. That misses Razor. All right. Cultist in the back. Chill Touch against Razor. He's got an 18 to hit.
That does hit. I'm at 18 AC right now.
All right. Chill Touch does a D8 necrotic and you cannot heal for a turn. You take 2 points of necrotic damage.
Okay.
I said it again, Barker.
All right. Check my spell list here. Cultist number 2. He's gonna cast Toll of the Dead.
Oh yeah, I've seen those before. Pretty nice.
Dead. All right. So the dwarves are getting a Toll the Dead. They have to roll a Wisdom save, and the save of these guys is gonna be 12. All right. Toll the Dead says it's Wisdom save. They rolled a 7. They don't have enough Wisdom, so Toll the Dead does a D8 necrotic damage to the dwarves. They only take 1. I'm rolling low. Lucky day for the dwarves. If the target is missing any of its hit points, it instead takes a D12. They were. Hang on. No, it was actually 7. So they are at 12 damage now. That hurt. That hurt, says Olaf as he staggers and goes to one knee and almost drops his shield. Belial gives out a shout. The third cultist is going to Toll the Dead on Kazanlir, so roll a DC 12 Wisdom save.
Okay. Yep.
Okay.
It's like I'm up to my normal rolls again tonight.
Did you have any damage already? You did not.
No.
No.
But I rolled max, so you took 8 necrotic damage.
Cool.
And then the fourth and final cultist is going to fire a chill touch at Morkan. Morkan, it's a... Oh, that's a D12. Hold on. Wrong dice. I roll a 2 plus 4. That's a 6 to hit. So a chill touch flies down the hallway and hits this column just to the right of Morkan. So that was a move and an action, and all of these necromancers are going to run back into this hidden area in the back here.
Puss.
They're going to have a little conversation
Pussies.
with the leader of the cult. All right, so
Just wait till I get more rocks.
the dwarf bros, Olaf staggers back to his feet. Eric is going to he's going to try that feint maneuver on this other phantom. He succeeds, and so he has advantage on the phantom on his next turn. Olaf is going to try to shield bash it, and he fails. Belial is going to chop. He rolls a 2. He fails. That's the dwarf bros. The new initiative is this. Barker.
Ooh. That chill touch slowed me down.
It was
I'm going to take a step to this other side of the hallway here and shoot at the ghost guy that's fighting everybody. After my failed assassination attempt that people might or might not know about. I get advantage because I have an opponent part of... I don't get advantage. I get to apply my sneak attack because I have an ally within 5 feet of the target.
Mhm.
And I think I missed.
Barely. Yep.
16. And that'll be my turn. And I'll be right back. I'm sorry.
Okay.
You alright, man?
He's gotta go
Deffen?
barf.
So remind me again, my poison is just disadvantage on saving throws, right?
And attacks.
And attacks.
Attack
Shit.
saves.
I feel bad then. I haven't been applying that to attacks, so I will make sure that
I believe so. I can double check.
It is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I feel
no,
bad. I
that's
haven't been applying it to attacks, but I will make sure that it is applied to attacks. I'm going to actually, to make up for that, I'm going to order Ron to attack. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. Actually, before I do that, last 5 good berries are going to go to Ron. So that's going to put Ron back at full health.
Good boy berries.
Love it. So Ron is going to be at full health.
Can you only do one of those per turn?
Oh, that's right. So I'm going to hand.
It takes an action
Them.
to eat 1 berry.
Yep. So Ron will be at 10 health.
You could like
Or not 10 health.
you could
but
drop the
I will
berries on the
put them in
ground,
attack.
and then Ron could eat 1 as his action during his turn.
Exactly. So he will be at 9 health, but the rest of them. Well, so I'll give him 1, but I will order him to attack as his action, though. So
So he's just holding it in his mouth like a lozenge.
no. So I'll drop 1 on the ground and order him to attack. That'll be essentially my action. Would he be able to move though?
I guess so. Yeah.
Okay, so then 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. And that will be my turn.
Morkan, what do you do?
I will shoot the Phantom Knight again.
It whizzes
12.
over his head.
Damn it.
The cultists
Alright,
jump
so-
back as the arrow clatters between them at the far end of the hall.
Dar. And I move into this corner after I've seen that that attack coming from me earlier. Taking cover.
Let's see. Eric is going to try to make a sneak attack with advantage, and he gets a 20 and a 4. It's a good thing he had advantage. So that's going to be a crit. His dagger only does a d4, but it does 2d4 plus a d6 because it's a sneak attack. And a crit. And so it does a whopping 2, 3, 4, 7 damage. Ouch. Not very good. Not very good for a crit, but it at least did some damage. And then, in addition to that, Baliog tries to chop it with his sword. 13 plus 4 barely hits. He chops into it for 6 damage. It reels. One of its arms practically falls off. Olaf
It's
is
just,
going
like,
to try
dangling.
to... They're just gonna... Olaf is going to take the dodge action, and they're going to move over to here. The Phantom attempts an attack of opportunity that misses. It misses super hard because of the dodge action, apparently, so that's actually a crit fail. So the Phantom Knight, what he does is he loses his footing, but he has no feet. And he falls head first, going prone, but he's immune to prone. And then he has to make a Constitution save. Otherwise, he's knocked unconscious, but he's immune to going unconscious because he's dead. So none of that really mattered.
He remembers the life in which he had legs.
All right. That was the Dwarf Bros. Chevy, what does Maeve do?
Well, since I have 1 more rock left, I might as well use it, eh? No fun.
You can throw a rock 60 feet.
Oh no, crit fail.
Ooh.
So I'm gonna go behind there instead.
No.
We'll first find out what happened from that crit fail.
I rolled the same thing. So you pop out from behind your column, you do the big baseball, fastball pitch, but you lose your footing. Roll a Constitution save, because you fall and you bonk your head on the carpet.
I feel your pain.
Give me 1 second. I'll
Okay.
look at your modifier. You're not proficient in Constitution, but you have a +2. So
D20 plus 2.
it's a
Two.
D20 plus.
D20 plus 2.
Hmm.
Yeah, so if you just click on the D20 to make it go up to a 1, and then on the mod over here on the right, make this mod go up to 2. And then roll. You failed.
Oh no!
Damn.
You
My
take
poor little head.
3 damage to your forehead, and you fall unconscious.
Oh man.
Ooh, shit.
No friend.
I probably needed a nap anyway.
Mm. All right.
Welcome to my world of crit fails.
The cultists in the back.
I'm back, by the way. I don't know if I missed a turn or anything.
No,
Nah.
not yet. I'm trying to think what these cultists would do here. I'm gonna roll a morale for them.
At least he's not melee like it was with what's his face, Peter. He went unconscious right in front of a bunch of skeletons.
7, 7, 5, and 13. All right. 7, 7, and 5 for morale. These guys are going to sort of creep back a little bit, just getting a little extra range. This guy doesn't notice that his friends are falling back. He takes a 5-foot step forward, and he's going to cast his spell. That's going to be... that's going to be a chill touch on the dwarves. So the beam shoots out. Crit fail! Oh no. Oh no.
What a failure.
He feels it's imperative. No, that's the wrong one. So wrapped up in his spell casting, he forgot he's fighting a battle. All enemies have advantage on attack rolls against him.
It's the same thing that happened to the last guy.
Your stream should have been called The Cult of Fail.
The cult of distracted people.
All right, so 1 turn, this bad spellcaster, you have advantage to hit him. This zombie tries to slap Razor. Rolls a 4, misses. Phantom Knight takes a 10-foot forward and then is going to try to finish off Baliog. Let's see.
I might be looking for new gladiators.
He rolls a 5. Olaf raises his shield and deflects the attack. All right. Some stuff happens in the hidden area that you don't see. There's too much combat for anybody to overhear the conversation. So, in this pitched battle here, what does Kef do?
Well, luckily he doesn't have to throw a javelin anymore. I'm gonna like backhand this dude with my axe.
All right.
There's a huge group. Somebody kill this guy.
19 to hit for 10 damage.
There
Nice.
you go. There he goes. Now he shines.
You just weren't designed for range damage, apparently.
You obliterate him. He flies apart.
Oh, I thought he was floating away. I was like, how? I want to take attack of opportunity.
That ends my. Well, actually, I can move still, right?
Yeah.
But
10.
we're still in the heat of battle, but Razor feels pretty good about himself. He got the killing blow on 2 out of 4 of those guys.
Indeed, I feel redeemed. I didn't have to try and throw a javelin. I feel much better, so I move up confidently to here, and that ends my turn.
I want to let you know these guys in the back are all dodging.
Oh, it's my turn. I will reapply Hex to the guy in front of me.
The zombie?
Is which one's the one that people have advantage on their attacks to him?
This one further back.
All right, so I'll just attack this one. $22 to hit for 11 damage.
All right. He cries out in pain. A serious damaging blow hits him in a vital spot.
And I'll take okay, so like I said, I'm still new to this weapon. If I choose to take the defensive stance after attacking, can I still move?
Yeah.
And still maintain that defensive?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so I'm maintaining the defensive while I move up to this position.
Can't move through the zombie, so you'd have to go here.
Oh,
and
he's still
then-
alive? I thought I killed him. Never mind. I thought he's dead. Never mind. I'll just stay here.
You didn't even target the zombie. You targeted this guy back here.
No. I targeted the one in front of me because I just want to know whether or not I had advantage on my roll.
Yeah. All right. Well, then let me take the damage off him. I thought you were targeting him.
Sorry about
Okay.
that. No, I thought that this was the guy with advantage. I didn't roll with advantage. Yeah, no, I'm melee.
Zombies have 22 hit points, so he's only half dead.
Get with it, Razor.
Oh, I don't know their hit points. All right, okay, so I thought he would be dead. He looked really weak. I'll just stay here then with my
Zombie,
defensive
of course
stance.
he looks weak.
And you
He
did
was
not.
very-
Yeah,
You already killed him once. You got back up, and you
Yeah,
have to
he's
kill him
fucking
twice.
Yeah, so I-
reanimated, of course.
Yeah, I
Oh,
figured
weak.
he was close to being dead since he just got back up.
Well, technically he is dead.
Still.
So, like,
He's
I'm
just-
yeah,
He's undead.
he's actually further away from being dead now than when he was when he started this battle.
True statement.
So I'd like to say that I smacked him with my staff, and then like he like fell over a little bit, and like I started to walk away, and then he was like, "Oh," and I was like, "Oh, you're still alive," and I stayed here.
There you
End
go.
my turn.
It's like, what the fuck?
That makes perfect sense. That's what a zombie would do.
Yeah.
All right, Peter DeGray from his hiding spot back here. He's got
And an
Himself
arrow
again.
next to him.
he's got cantrips, right?
No, he's in a different spot now.
Let me see here. What kind of cantrip could he do here? Spare the Dying is not really useful unless one of you is dying. So he's going to cast Sacred Flame on the zombie. The
I
zombie
feel like I'm dying.
fails to dodge it. Takes 1 point of radiant damage.
Oh boy.
Hang on, does he do bonus damage on Sacred Flame? I know it does a D8. Let me just check that it doesn't do a D8 plus his mod.
They need to roll a save first.
Yeah, I failed it. I rolled a 2.
Oh, okay.
I'm kind of glossing over things because I'm just rolling it on my table and looking at the number and saying, nope, he failed.
It says it's a D8.
Yeah,
I
it
think it's just
doesn't
a
do
D8.
any extra damage. So amazing. Your awesome cleric did 1 point of radiant damage to the zombie. He's helping.
the
Barker,
fucking
why couldn't you have
worst.
hit your shot?
He's so helpful. All right, so that was
Sorry,
Peter
I'm a
DeGray.
failure.
The new initiative is this one. Barker.
Dude, why am I going so slow right now?
I'm going to step over here. I'm gonna help Maeve up.
All right, so
I'm unconscious.
Barker can give you a little kick, and that'll wake you up. But you're still prone.
Thanks.
Then I'm gonna help her stand up with my action.
Thanks for kicking me in the face.
Kicked you in the boots, like wake up, you dirty sod.
Thanks,
We're
friend.
fighting here. Anytime, friend. And that's my turn.
Okay.
Is this a wall right here?
Yeah, there's a wall. There's like a wall that blocking.
Oh,
you
I
over
just
there.
Barker, I think you just triggered the trap.
Oh, fuck,
Oh.
I forgot.
Oh, shit.
Ooh.
Barker, roll a dex save.
Sweet.
DC 15 dexterity. You can probably jump over it.
give you a warning, 2 warnings actually.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I forgot. I literally just said I forgot. What do you
Yeah.
expect? I
We're
forgot.
role playing.
Marijuana's a hell of a drug.
It happens in
Short-term
roleplay.
memory loss is a motherfucker. Leave me alone.
Okay.
He
So
got it.
with amazing dexterity, Abforth didn't even notice the saw blade. He just
Boing, boing.
ran right past it, and it comes up right behind him, just going, zzz, and then recesses back into
It's like
the
I
floor.
needed a haircut.
Mario jumps it.
Didn't even notice the saw blade as you ran
Doot,
by.
doot, 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 doot,
Nat
doot,
20
doot,
dex
doot, doot.
save to avoid it.
Right.
Nice.
Avoid certain death. No problem.
Okay. Deafen.
So, would Ron be able to move through Kazanlir or no?
You can move through allies. It's rough
Okay.
terrain.
So I give Ron. Ron doesn't quite know this, but I say to Ron, "That's the son of a bitch to cast on you, Ron," and I tell him to attack the cultists. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
the zombie swings on you when you run past.
Okay.
Say it sneezed on him?
Swings on
Hey.
you.
That
Oh.
could be really detrimental.
He missed though, because he's a
Got
zombie.
COVID.
So Ron, because he moved more than 20 feet, has pounce. and if you're not familiar with Pounce, if he hits with a claw attack on the same turn, the target must succeed on a DC 12 strength saving throw or be knocked prone.
Okay.
So so he gets a 1d4 plus 2.
Roll with advantage to hit.
Exactly, yeah. Uh,
Critical
crit
hit.
2.
Oh man.
And then he gets to also roll. If the target is prone, the Panther can make an bite attack as its bonus action.
He makes the save, so he doesn't go prone, but your critical effect says you're able to maneuver towards your opponent while attacking and attempt to harass them. After your attack, you can choose to attempt to grapple your opponent if you have a free hand, or attempt to shove your opponent if both hands are in use. So do you want Ron to shove him to the ground or try to take a hold of his ankle?
Shove, because then he would get the bite attack, right?
I think it's a separate thing now. This is on to like
Okay.
a free extra action that's happening after the fact.
Well, Ron is got a 14 strength, so yeah, shove him.
Okay, roll it.
Just be a strength check.
Roll the hit.
Just a standard roll.
Yep.
14.
Success. All right. Cultist goes down. Well, technically,
Get
you
him,
have the
Ron!
option of pushing him back 5 feet or knocking him prone, but prone is usually better.
Like, get him, Ron!
All right. So that was a solid crit. What was the damage on the crit?
The
9?
crit was 9.
All right, so he's got 9 damage on him. Don't want to forget that part. That's the vital part. So what do you do, though? That was Ron's move.
Oh, that I told him to attack last. No, that was my.
Yeah, it was last turn, I thought.
Yeah, that was last turn. So, I will attack the cultist.
The zombie one?
Yep. So, go back to my hit roller. Attack with disadvantage. 21 for 11.
All right, you blast the zombie apart. He goes, ugh, and splatters across the floor. Killed for a second time. How humiliating.
By me. Now he's dead.
He's been pulped. Where's my meat pile? Here's a meat pile.
Can you reanimate a dead zombie?
No.
No.
I mean, maybe. That's a tough one. His body's
sure about
getting
that rule.
really badly destroyed at this point.
Pretty mangled by this point.
Get the flesh off, now he can be a skeleton, I guess.
He's not a cat. He only has 2 lives.
Those are the 3 that died to the bomb arrow.
And that is my turn.
Chevy?
Okay. How far can I move?
You can do your full movement. Probably 30 feet.
You're welcome.
Alright, I'm gonna stand there, and I'm gonna pull out a very shiny needle. And I'm gonna throw it.
Needle.
Is he dead, this guy over here?
He's
Nobody's prone.
That gives you disadvantage with ranged attacks, but everybody has advantage to hit him until his next turn, so they cancel each other out. So you could try to throw at him.
I'm gonna give it a shot.
It's a standard attack since they can. Oh, critical hit
He dies.
with a needle.
Jesus.
I just throw it from between my fingers and it kills him.
And you rolled max damage. Critical hit with max damage.
Amazing.
10 damage with a needle.
I
That's
would
that's
like
an,
to see if I can retrieve it later.
yeah, that's an RP dart. It's a more naturey dart.
Yeah, most projectile weapons can be recovered after the fact. Like arrows have like a 50% chance of breaking, so you only get about half of them back. But most of your thrown weapons, like if you throw a dagger at somebody, you can just say, "I go get my dagger out of him." Like after the combat, just say, "I get my weapons that I dropped or things that I threw at enemies."
If I can find it, if it's not too far lodged into his stupid head.
Right.
I
Usually the
think
only
it
times
shot
you'll
out the
lose
other
it,
side.
the only times you'll lose it are if it breaks on a wall, if it flies off a cliff, or if it goes into a creature you're unwilling to climb into after it.
Okay.
Be right back.
Don't worry, we have people that are well versed in dissecting creatures. We can retrieve it for you.
The dwarf bros are in pretty poor health, and there's multiple cultists, so they're going to fall back behind the pillar here. 5, 10, 15,
What?
20.
Are they intimidated by the needles?
All right, they go here. They take the stealth action. Oh, look at that, a 4.
Oh, don't worry, Ron the tank's on the job now.
All right, the dwarves are gonna retreat back to here, and one of them is gonna pull out a healing potion and apply some healing to his brother. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that takes off about half the damage they had, but they had to use up their only healing potion, and so the dwarves are like, Peter, can you apply some healing to us, can you? And Peter's like, I just finished healing myself. I can't really do that again until I take a nap. Sorry.
That's
I
what
scoff
I'm
and I'm like,
Sounds pretentious. Like,
useless again, aren't you, Peter?
I just
Right,
finished
behind the
healing
pillar.
myself. I need a nap.
Kef, what do you do? What does Kazonlir do?
5, 25. I'm out of javelins, so
There's probably a javelin on the floor here you could pick up on the way with your interact.
thank you, DM. I pick up a javelin from the corpse. I missed the corpse. It was like stuck in the wall behind him.
Yeah, like I said, it was just laying on the floor behind the zombie.
As I grab the javelin walking by, I say third time's a charm. Throw a javelin at the cultist on the left.
Ron says you got this, but you don't understand what he said.
It's like 300 when Leonidas grabs up the spear out of a body and then throws it, and it like hits that guy so
all in
hard he
one
goes flying
motion.
back.
Yes, and 13 for 4 damage.
Although in
Might
this
have
case,
beat
your
that.
aim was a little off, so it hit the wall instead.
Damn.
Jeez.
Man, it's just bad luck with ranged attacks for some reason, man.
Javelins
No
are
matter
not your
how cool I look, like yanking javelins out of walls and shit, I just
Good
can't hit anything.
All right.
javelin,
More
friend.
can from
She's
way
giggling.
in the back.
No matter how much encouragement we give you, we just need to tell you that you're bad at it and maybe you'll hit.
I'm very insecure about my javelin throwing abilities. at
Use
this point.
reverse psychology. Say you're gonna miss, and then Kef, you have to say I'm gonna miss, and then roll it, and you'll hit.
Okay.
I will shoot at this one here.
Kev was
This
intimidated
cultist.
by the
Yeah.
needle throw.
This one.
I was.
Yeah, the one on on
She
my
can do
side.
that
Yeah,
with the needle. I can do something with the javelin. Right?
26 with 12 damage.
Damn. All right. The cultist goes down in a heap.
And I yell to the group, make sure that we try to keep one alive at the end. Not one of the the little cultists, but one of the elder one.
Oh, hang on. You have to roll it again. This guy was dodging, so you actually might have missed.
With a
With a
26?
26?
26 to hit?
Dodge action gives you disadvantage, so you have to roll again.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Oh, I see. Okay. 16?
That's why
16's
Kef
still gonna
missed.
hit. So we'll take the original damage.
Okay.
So he went down in a heap. Just enough damage to knock him out. Anything else?
Yeah, I yelled to the group to remind them to try to keep one of the elder cultists alive.
No.
But I'm done. I made my moves and I did my shot.
Okay. The cultists are going to take aim. Let's see. Cousin Lear, Toll of the Dead, DC 12 Wisdom save. The cultist waves his hands in the air, and you hear the sound of the gong, the tolling that foretells your doom.
There you go. There you go, Kef.
Okay. Kef ignores the toll of the bell.
I've heard that one
Individuals
before.
would be-
Morkan, a chill touch bolt comes flying in your direction, but it misses and it goes over your head and hits the wall. The two cultists here.
Which one shot?
This one.
This one.
The one on this side.
Thank you.
They're like, see you later.
All right. The cultists run off in this direction because you dropped their buddy over here. All right. Professor, what do you do?
They went running off.
Yeah, they ran around the corner. You can't see them from here.
This is my normal movement. I still don't see them, so I'm gonna keep running around. Wait. Is this a wall?
Yeah, there's a wall here.
Black areas are walls.
Alright, just making sure.
From where you're standing
Wait, can I-
here, you have line of sight on the enemies. You can see all these guys over here.
Huh.
A grand
Do I see what-
chamber with a long
Do I see wherever the
table.
fuck that guy is?
He's around the corner. He's got near total cover,
Sneaky.
so you can't get a good look.
So
at him.
I don't see him yet. Okay. What's on the table? Because it's just balls for me.
Those are bottles of wine.
Okay.
It's just balls.
Balls of wine. Big white balls of wine.
Rolling marbles around on the.
I mean, if you look at my stream, they look like wine bottles.
Well,
Oh, okay.
I sit here and I debate, should I just shoot my bolts at them or charge into melee? I don't see the big scary guy, so charge into melee. That's what my guy would do.
Oh man, Ninja, I wish I could see what's on your. I can see it on your stream now.
Yeah, it's too bad those models don't load.
Yeah, your little
where was
spire in
that?
the corner.
I was right here, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I can make it to there with using my action to dash.
Oh, are you not able to see this either?
Yeah, it's
It's a
big
big
marble.
sphere.
It's
Oh,
a
it sure
big
is.
snow globe.
It's got magical energy coming off of it. I can see
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. If I zoom in, it
Looks
looks
pretty cool on your
real
stream.
Cool on my stream.
Yeah, it looks pretty cool on your stream.
All right, so Razor, you only got this far. Couldn't make an attack from
Yeah.
there.
No, I used my action to get in here. But I see all this stuff, right?
So
See
from
through?
where you're at, you can see that the three necromancers are speaking to this guy. He's actually not even going to be here. He's going to be here. He's talking to these
Okay.
three. And they're all
Um,
debating with him about how they need to flee. The enemy approaches. They'll overtake us any minute.
I assess the situation. I believe I can, as an interact, just pull out my shield. I can't take the defensive stance unless I attack something, right?
Yes.
So I don't get my defensive stance, but I do have my shield out now, and I'll end my turn.
All right. Well, after Razor, Peter DeGray is gonna go
Take a nap.
10, 15,
Sick guys, I'll be back in 8 hours.
25, 30. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. He gets to here and he's gonna pull out his mace. And he gets ready in a fighting pose, like he's gonna help in combat now that all the enemies are dead. I have fun with this NPC. Okay, so the new initiative, Defen's first.
I have to send you a link to this one NPC that this guy made. You'll get a kick out of him. He's just a regular guy, Ninja.
Oh, the cult.
Because we can't really see anything, this is kind of a question I would have for you, Ninja. Would it be fair for both me and Ron to be moving forward? Because Ron's still in an attack stance.
The way I would play it Ron has been commanded to attack. The enemy is running away down that hallway. Ron would chase after.
Okay.
And then you, being unaware that there's more than 3... Well, at this point, you being unaware that there's more than 2 other cultists, you would probably charge in as well.
Yeah, okay. All right. That's how I was trying to play. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30.
I guess technically you knew there was that other necromancer, so you knew 3 other
Yeah.
enemies are around the corner.
Actually, I would take an additional dash on Ron as well. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. 5, 10, 15, 20, 20, 25, 30. 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So, that's it.
All right. Professor, you see the array of necromancers decked out in their full necromancer kit. They're debating with an even older, more powerful necromancer, dressed in even more refined robes, the Skull Lord. What do you do?
Uh-huh. Start fighting my way over to him. I'm gonna use a bonus action to reapply my hex to the guy in front of me. Disadvantage on dex rolls. I'm gonna walk up and let's walk up here and attack him from an angle. I've got my shield out, so it's only a d6. Does a 12 hit?
12 against these guys. He's got mage armor, which gives him AC 13.
No, but I will take the defensive stance. So my AC is 19 now.
This is the Cult of Orcus. Just because they're necromancers doesn't mean that they're like aligned with the Cult of Orcus in the House of Bones. The Cult of Orcus are some real evil assholes. They're all about murder. So, most law-abiding townsfolk are unlikely to be closely aligned with that group. Just to
Yeah, that's what I
didn't know the
figured.
people of the House of Bones were law-abiding. My bad.
yeah, they wouldn't be allowed to stay in town if they weren't law-abiding.
Well, they
Yeah,
also
my
wouldn't
first-
be very good at doing bad shit if they got caught every time they did it.
True.
My first question when I asked them is what they used their reanimate undead for.
And they said it was for like moving the displays.
Yeah. To get skeletons back into the museum. Yeah.
Sure.
And I said, oh, utilitarian. Okay.
They're utilitarian necromancers, whereas these guys are, the straight up kill everybody, turn them into undead, take over the planet with undead kind of necromancers.
That's my
Look, I
kind of
understand what you're
necromancer.
doing is using logical sense to describe a situation to me, but what I'm telling you is that in Abforth's brain, they're definitely tied together.
Sure. All right. So, where'd we leave off?
Absworth.
What? Yes, thank you, sir, for saying my name properly when I didn't. Appreciate that.
No, I mean, it's your turn.
Oh, that too.
Little Dr. Abforth behind his pillar here.
I'll ask Maeve and Baliog and Olaf and Eric if they're not going to press forward or what's going on.
The dwarves have
just kind of
taken a
arriving.
knee and they're gasping for breath, and they've got numerous injuries, and they're applying some healing potions to each other. They look up at you and they say, "Where have you been? We just fought an entire army of necromancers."
I shot a few times. I was catching up. I was asleep in a chest.
Well, they're still trying to
Arrow.
catch their breath, so they'll wave you on through, brave Sir Abforth.
Arrow.
Arrow,
Drop eight.
friend, Peter.
No, that
And I
was an
tilt my
acc-
head to the side.
That was an accident, Maeve. It was a bad shot. I'm sorry. Don't think ill of me because of it.
Friend.
Friend, yes,
think it-
Peter, friend.
I think it was a question. Peter Friend, tilt head.
Yes, Peter, friend. Allah. I drop a minor healing potion by the dwarves.
Insight check.
Thank.
See if you know he's lying.
Can I
Met-
pickpocket Peter?
Meta check.
You can try. What's your stealth right now?
24.
Considering you're way out in the open and
I can use human beings as full cover. Hence, I can use the man I'm trying to steal from as full cover.
yeah, I don't think it works that way.
Yeah, you know he's lying.
Why are you
I
doing
have-
this to me,
I have
Professor?
great insight.
So what's your sleight of hand?
Professor is going out of his way. I'm getting my Google Doc open. My Google Doc open is going out of his way to get me caught right now.
I
I
just
mean,
keep my head tilted. I don't say
technically, you could test her insight with your deception. See if you
My
might
wisdom's
get a nat
terrible.
20.
My charisma's not that great either.
my charisma's
Hang on just a
great.
second. I'm looking at something real quick, Ninja.
I was pretty sure that she would be able to see through. She's proficient in insight. It's looking great.
Oh.
Alright, sleight of hand's a +6.
I'm still new at this, so he has to give me a little bit of pointers sometimes.
I rolled a 9, so he didn't notice you grabbed something from his pocket. He's got holy water in all his pockets, so you now have one of his holy waters.
It's expensive stuff, man. Wasn't it like 10 gold a piece?
25, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
That's my turn.
Okay.
Chris.
I'll move to discover and shoot this cultist over here.
Oh, shit. Damn it. You moved in front of me.
16,
All right, you hit him, but he doesn't die.
12 damage.
Oh, yeah, he does then. I keep forgetting the +2. He goes down in
Yeah.
a heap.
They're no longer dodging, right?
No, they cast spells that last turn. I can delete that.
Everyone's just ignoring this guy.
And I keep my cover here around the corner,
Ignoring
not
what guy?
knowing what's going on except for seeing this one.
All right, so
Oh, he's dead.
The Skull Lord waves his hands in the air and says an incantation in Abyssal as he walks towards this altar in the back of the room here. And he points at the altar, and there's like this big crystal floating over the altar with a bunch of magical energy flying around it. And he finishes his incantation, and the
I'd
crystal
like to.
starts to create like a portal in front of it. And he's going to wave at his necromancers, and all of these guys do a dash through the portal. Vroom, vroom, vroom. All of them disappear. The
I would have understood the incantation, right? Since I know Abyssal.
it is his incantation is something like I call on the power of Orcus to open the path to the abyss so that his disciples might meet him. And so all the cultists are running
Okay.
through this portal to the abyss. And the Skull Lord, as he walks through the portal, is going to glare at Razor and point his finger, his crooked finger at Razor and say, "I will not forget this." And he steps through the portal, and it closes
I say in
behind him.
Abyssal back as he's leaving. Fuck you, in Abyssal.
Of course, that's fine. So,
Oh,
the portal
what?
closed. You
How
guys are
romantic.
now out of combat.
what? I wanted to fight
What an
that.
asshole. No, that's my big bad. Apparently, that's.
It wouldn't be
He
fun
just
if
set up
you
my enemy.
defeated the main villain in the first encounter, right? He gets away. He retreats to a different plane of existence that you cannot follow him to.
Oh, I know an archenemy setup when I see one. Apparently, that's my archenemy.
Oh, okay. I at least wanted to save one of the fucking necromancers.
Can I search this pile of meat for my needle back?
This necromancer is not dead. He's unconscious.
That's
Shit,
that's
my
what I was
bad.
I was literally gonna go and can I tie him up?
They have 12 hit points, so as long as you make sure he doesn't die, like he would have made one death save, which he rolled a 20 on, so he's still okay for now.
I want to tie him up immediately.
All right. Are you going to stabilize him, though? Because he might die.
Well, I rush up to him and I am tying his hands up immediately.
Peter de Grey offers to cast his spell that stabilizes people.
You don't have
That-
any more Peter.
It's a cantrip.
Yeah.
Oh, then never mind.
But that is fine, and I'm Peter, you can go ahead and do that, and I'm going to clear him of all his possessions
All right.
as I tie him up though.
Peter de Grey. He casts
And
his
I throw-
spell. Spare the dying. He now has 1 hit point.
Okay.
Can I Peter, you can do that as
I call
much as
I
you
call
want, right?
Razor over to interrogate him.
I moved to the desk over here and started inspecting it.
All right.
I got my needle back.
I'm more interested in the cultist that's alive.
Oh, and I yell
I'm
to
trying to
you. I yell. I don't forget. I have these potions that tells the truth.
I mentioned to Morkan that we might be in need of one of those.
Yeah, we need to understand what they were doing here in the first place and what they were planning on doing. That'll
You're
be
really trying to sit
valuable.
on that bench.
That'll be valuable information for the village.
All right. So you're in some sort of mess hall. There's a variety of plates and silverware on the table, along with several bottles of wine. There's some cooking utensils around. Rows of seating. Several chairs arrayed around the long table. There's a fine throne-like chair next to a wizard's table. And Morkan's investigating. This place has low ceilings, thick wooden beams crisscrossing them 15 feet up. Let's see.
Hey Ninja, do you have a barrel? Prop?
I have several.
Where's my
I
guy?
found one.
You move towards the.
Where did you go?
Yeah,
There's
you moved
actually,
around here.
I was right there.
There's a barrel
Yeah.
in the RPG kit in the tile set. This one.
Alright, cool.
Check under the table.
That works for me.
Why do you always lose your character?
Where
I
the
don't
heck
know,
did
my
it go?
character-
He slipped through the portal without anybody.
Like
noticing.
here's your character. It was under the table. Dude, like my piece is always disappearing. Someone's fucking with me.
Oh, he didn't touch it.
You're probably
It
pressing
didn't
wouldn't be if
backspace
I
and
knew
deleting
how to
it.
do it.
Yeah.
Here's another one of you, Krios.
Oh,
I
I don't know whether there's a copy, but okay.
I sit here and drink a bunch of dwarf or
Holy
hobbit
shit.
ale.
All right.
What is that
So-
card?
This is the treasure. In the room, you
Okay.
find 4,000 copper, 1,100 silver, 330 gold, a pine light double crossbow, a hemp noble's outfit, 14 very fancy crossbow bolts, a jade
Move
circlet,
your hand off the cards.
a pile of gems, azurite, rudicrusate, moonstone, obsidian, carnelian, zircon, a huge pile of treasures acquired from all of the people that they've captured here.
I'm good.
Let's see. There's also the 5 bottles of wine that you could take if you wanted. The chair is pretty nice if you want to drag it out of here. There's a bed, but I don't think you can get that out of here.
I'll take
Any
my split
rocks?
of whatever you guys want to give me.
Now
Is
you
there
also
rocks in this room?
there's no rocks.
Is that separate from the desk, or is that part of all the?
It's just a chunk of treasure. It's like most of it. Let's see here. You already got
Um,
everything from the necromancer's rooms, right?
The
Yeah.
only thing
I
I
think-
want to inspect and see is there any type of necromancer type books in here, Ninja, or scrolls.
Nope.
Damn.
So let's see. You get 4 cultist wizard robes, 4 hickory quarterstaffs, and 4 more silver daggers of Orcus. Put that on another note card here. And that would be just like the equipment that the cult had on them, all the ones that you killed.
A hempen noble's outfit in an elven style.
It's a bit heavy, but it's quite fancy and valuable. For
Yeah, it is
clothing.
heavy.
I want that jade circlet.
Gold goggles.
Remember what happened last time? Somebody put goggles on.
Hey, Kezenleer,
Yes.
could you tell us if there's anything that we found that might be magical, like you've done before?
How old?
No, unfortunately I can't. I don't have any spells, my friend.
The jade circlet looks old, I take it.
Do that later.
After I've had a rest, I can take a look at it.
The jade circlet looks fancy, but it doesn't look that old.
I would like that.
We did find some gold.
It is shiny.
The owl friend. I don't mind
So what do you
giving
mean when
her
you
that.
say it's art? Jade circlet art.
In D&D, an art object is something that you're just meant to sell.
Oh.
It has no function in the game other than just being a thing that you can get rid of for money.
Friend have.
I have 1,500 gold piece for it. It's quite a bit.
It's up
I'm
to
gonna
the
take
rest
it
of the
and
group.
just hold it tightly to my chest as if no one can
I
have it.
walk over and just bump Morcan out of the way and take all the coins.
Technically, if you wanted to make yourself a headband of intellect, this jade circlet would be a good base item to build that with.
She grabbed it. If nobody's stopping her.
Good
I'm
luck.
sitting here drinking booze.
You putting it in your pouch of shiny things?
Yes.
She's
Well, I'd be interested in that crossbow, if anybody mind.
All right, put that on your character sheet.
Hang on.
so
Let me edit
don't
this.
nobody touch the card. Nobody touch it.
I'm going to take the circlet off.
Yeah,
Did you
took
give
all
it
the
to Shabby?
coins.
So in the D&D Discord, I'll just drop the detail from the card there. If you want to add that to your sheet.
Yeah, go ahead. You can have the crossbow. That seems like a great item for you.
Anybody else who might be
Chris?
interested? Because I already have some nice handed one, but if somebody wants a ranged weapon.
I assume that the coin would go to our dwarven friend here. Be hard pressed to get that out of his hands.
I'm gonna sit right next to Absworth and just stare at him.
For you a cup of booze.
Do the head thing.
I'm
No,
just
no,
This
staring.
this
No,
noble's
I-
outfit.
I hold my cup, and I hold the cup I'm offering you, and I drink my cup, and then I motion for you to do the same with the cup I'm offering you.
I take it.
I grab the noble's outfit and I show it to Doctor. I say this. I remember I'm having one made an outfit made for you in town. Would you be interested in this one here as well?
Actually,
I
the,
say poison, friend,
Absworth.
and point to the cup.
I look shocked. I'm just having a conversation right now with myself, probably.
Peter DeGray is going to go over to the table, have a seat at the table in one of these chairs, and start drinking one of these bottles of wine.
Well, then
And
I
immediately drunkenly knock over all the chairs.
Yeah.
I look shocked at
Lightweight.
the accusation of poison and say, "You're in the party, Maeve. This is different.
I'll grab the
I don't mess with my friends."
take them.
the bolts.
Ninja, you
Even
can
though I
take the
probably don't
noble's
bring
outfit
anything,
off as well. I'll take them.
And I'll pour myself another glass. I'll take the glass that I offered you and drink it. until you know that there's no poison, and then pour you another one.
So hang on. What's off the card? The crossbow.
Noble's outfit.
I grabbed the crossbow bolts.
The crossbow bolts. All right. So you've got 14 plus 1 crossbow bolts that are unidentified. And Barker, did you already get the noble's outfit?
No, I did, but hold on, let me.
Didn't take it.
Oh,
I didn't.
put
I didn't take anything. I've been sitting here drinking the whole time.
Put it back on there, Ninja.
Both
real
those things
quick.
are in the
Hollered
Discord.
I yelled
Okay.
at Morcan to search for stuff for the museum and if there's any clues for the further of this investigation.
Yeah, I'll do a little bit more like a perception or an investigation on the room here. See if there's anything special about that desk. If there's, maybe a secret compartment. Yeah. Perception, I guess.
All right.
No, 9.
With your eyeballs, you look around the room and you don't spot any secrets with a 9.
Didn't find much. You might want to give it a try. There might be something that might get your attention.
Peter de Grey drinks. Glug, 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 glug. This is pretty good wine. He's gonna put a couple
Pretty good wine.
put a couple
Peter don't
bottles
do
in his bag.
shit. And then all he does is go and drink their wine.
I'm gonna pick up. I guess we can just bundle up everything. Are you guys okay with that? We just bundle things up and we bring back to the town.
Sounds good to me. Glug, 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 glug.
I want to ask this cultist where that portal leads
All right.
that they all ran through.
The master dwells through the portal in the dreaded abyss, the deep black pit, the darkest depths of hell, from whence come the power of our Lord Orcus.
I'm gonna stop my camera because it seems like Pro's having the Discord problems again that were happening when
Ditto.
the cameras were all streaming.
No, that's not the streaming issue.
Oh, okay. I just don't want to fuck you.
That was my internet just flickered.
YouTube.
No, it wasn't my Bluetooth either. It was my internet completely flickered. I got disconnected.
So you're telling me that that portal leads to the depths of hell?
Yes.
Oh, sounds like a good day trip.
I want to ask him as well, like, are there any, in a threatening manner, like we have them tied up, but are there any other locations around here where this cult of Orcus practice their evil deeds or, any other hideouts they may have?
He doesn't answer.
Maeve pulls out the needle that he saw his friend basically get exploded by.
I'll say, you remember that needle?
I don't know anything.
I take
Say,
a.
"All right, well, I guess we'll just take you back to Jarin and let the city watch council question you."
Maeve
Nah,
throws the needle
nah.
at
All right, roll an attack.
no patience.
It's the one that's the D4 plus 2.
Hey Ninja, I have a question real quick.
Sure.
Since Maeve's stones that are enchanted do 6 damage already, if she used a sling, would they get the D4 also?
No, it just increases the range.
There you go.
Yeah, it's the first thing I looked into. If she
No
used a sling, it would
crap.
increase the range. She can throw the rock 60 feet, but I think a sling can get it further.
Well, as she leaves, stop her and say, "This might help you on your trip on our adventures," and I'll slide this out of my bag of holding and pass it to you as she stands up to leave.
Masterwork
You
sling.
can have it.
Friend!
You can
Oh,
have
if it is a +1 sling, it does get the +1.
No, it's
Is
masterwork.
there any?
It's only got
It's
plus
just
1 to
normal
hit, but not to damage.
It's also a musical instrument. It makes music when you use it.
Oh, it is a +1 to hit though.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it gets the modifiers, but it doesn't get the damage, and it gets the increased range. So yeah, you got a sling now.
Also use it to learn a musical instrument and perform as a bard.
The dwarves are going to come down the hallway. Huff, 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 huff. Hut, 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 hut. They stand on Devin.
So she just did 5 damage to the guy with a needle to the body
Face.
All right.
face apparently.
He dies.
No patience.
Oh yeah,
No
that's right. He was already. Hey,
Oh,
Peter.
rip.
Peter,
Please.
stabilize him again.
Peter DeGray stabilizes him again.
I was to say, please tell me you've done.
Peter DeGray
investigate-
stumbles over. Hick, hick. Yes,
Hey.
yes.
Hey.
Glug, glug, glug. Spare the
Ninja.
dying, Lord Mistra. Spare the, you know, the thing. The cultist,
Ninja.
cultist
As
wakes
he's
up.
distracted, as he's distracted doing that, I'm going to try to sleight of hand on him again.
Okay.
Jesus.
So, as you can see, we have our ways to bring you back from death over and over and over again. Maybe you should just answer our questions.
I want to pull the needle out of his face before you bring him back.
Parker, you got one of his bottles of wine.
Exactly what I wanted. I want to add a vial of poison that I own to this bottle of wine and slip it straight back into his pocket.
Chaotic,
I don't know.
neutral.
If I have advantage because he's drunk, that would be great. But if not, it's just a none.
I gave him disadvantage to notice.
Cool. Well, that's what just happened, and then I sit right back down on the couch like absolutely nothing happened. Even though probably everybody saw me do that, I'd imagine.
Can I get a promo?
Sure.
Here's the difference, though, Barker. We don't care anymore.
I'm not the biggest fan of Peter either, so
Yeah.
The paladin.
whatever.
You guys
Okay.
don't deserve a cleric.
Not this
Well,
one.
this one's fine to go. We can find another one. This one's bad.
I mean, all
Well,
clerics
I'm a
suck at
little,
level
I'm
2.
a little
Arrogant.
weary because of what he did back in that room, just like ditching us to loot stuff. Adforth told me about that. You guys don't know that, but
Abforth has redeemed himself. Multiple, just crazy
You
amounts
guys
of time.
don't think what I'm doing is for the party at this point? You're just insane.
Exactly. Abforth, we love Abforth.
Chaotic neutral over here.
But before I had my
Exactly.
little seizure, I go ahead and pull out the ball peen hammer, a little tool hammer, not an actual fighting hammer, from my Dungeoneer pack, and I tell him that we're gonna break every bone in his body, making sure he doesn't die along the way, unless he tells us everything he knows about the cultist activities.
I repeat the abyssal incantation that his buddy said in his exact voice because I heard it. It doesn't do anything, but it's just creepy.
He bites his own tongue off. He does 1 point of damage. He dies.
It's
Good
stabilized.
lord.
Okay, he's stabilized with no tongue.
Hope you know sign language, you dumb bitch.
I attempt to sew his tongue back on with my leather working tools.
I'm not sure that's gonna work.
All
No,
right. He
I.
tries to
I'm
bite
gonna
you.
attempt it. I'm gonna attempt it.
He's got a 10 to bite you.
He misses.
I
I roll acrobatics. Hold on. No, I'm gonna roll acrobatics.
Can I investigate this stone thing over here?
No, I have to roll an acrobatics check. I gotta see if he hits me.
Sure.
We're doing weird things right now. This is the D&D that we're playing right now.
All right. Maeve approaches the strange giant crystal which levitates over this occult-looking stone covered in ancient abyssal runes.
13, so he missed me.
All right, I tell Devin, don't worry about it. I just need to show this person I'm a man of my word now.
I don't learn shit.
Apparently not.
If Peter is feeling up to it, I would like to spend the next, 20, 30 minutes before our group finishes their investigations and leaves here. Me and Peter, making sure this guy doesn't die as I break every bone in his hand one by one.
Everybody's alignment shifting towards chaotic evil.
I'm chaotic neutral.
Not me.
Hey, Ninja, I searched the bed,
I
the
did-
area around it, and underneath it with a 20 to investigate.
I
Peter
would like to
DeGray
think.
is neutral good, and he says, "I feel like we're not going to get anything else out of him. We should just kill him."
No, I promised him that I would torture him if he
How is
didn't
that
tell me what I
chaotic
want to know.
good?
I think
Or
it's
how's
actually
that good.
I think it's actually lawful of me to actually break his bones, since I promised I would break his bones.
He says, "I can't be a
One
part of
bone.
this. This goes against my ethics." He's going to
One
refuse.
bone would kill him, no?
Yeah, he's at the edge of death, so every attempt to torture him kills him.
Peter forgot his wand. We can't have that.
Friend. Wine.
Okay.
No, you
Since
should stick to beer, Maeve.
Peter doesn't want to assist me, I tell the guy, I'm like, you're lucky the cleric has different views than me. Go with the Raven Queen, and then I finish him.
He
Finish.
is.
Did I find anything like hidden under the necromancer's bed in here?
You're digging under the necromancer's bed. Roll your investigate.
I
Who
did. It's a
sleeps
22.
down here?
22 to investigate under the necromancer's bed. Let's see.
And I imagine it's a 10-foot, so I'd be investigating these 4 squares here, I guess. So like the carpet too. I guess lift the carpet edge up and see if there's any trapdoor or hidden area.
You did not find a trapdoor or hidden area. I found some lag though. That's a thing.
Ron's full
Nice.
HP. I give him the last berries.
A dragon scale bracer scarred by fire.
Maeve goes up to Peter and points at the bump on her head. Friend!
A hair comb
Wait,
crafted
the-
from a red dragon scale.
From getting knocked out.
Oh, because you both have bumps on your heads?
Friend!
I think she wants healing.
Ah. I don't think he has spells.
And
Talk to Kazanlir.
a book. All right, I put it on this note card, Barker.
Pink. I'm sorry, Pink. This table's very okay. I see it now. Table's very large. So the bracer and the comb are 2 different things, I'm imagining.
Olympian!
This is
Points
not
at-
for you.
Bump on head at by Casimir.
Yes,
Can
that's
I copy
me.
stuff? While it's locked?
Sometimes.
I didn't catch any of that.
Can I copy stuff when it's locked?
We should probably take a short rest to tend to our wounds.
If you right-click on it and say copy, yes.
Okay.
But then it'll paste
Um,
as a locked
y-
item, which is annoying.
You can erase. Hang on. Let me see if this. Yeah, you can erase those things you just added to that card.
I suggest to the party not taking a full rest here next to a portal to the abyss, but we could take a short rest, tend to our wound, bandage them. Like it's what short rest is like what, an hour to 2 hours? And we don't need to be asleep for it. Just light activity.
We're gonna jazzercise.
Yeah, we're just gonna, because we have a couple of wounded members of the party, and this would be a good opportunity to use our hit dice to recover our wounds.
To the
And-
necromancer's bed and go to sleep.
Low key, I'm a warlock. I get my spells back on a short rest, and I'm trying to pitch that.
Friend!
Hearing Razor say
good.
we need to take a break, I literally crawl into this stinky old bone man's bed and sleep.
Peter DeGray is going to take a nap on the couch over here.
Are we taking a full 8 hour next to this abyss, or just a short rest?
Peter DeGray would appreciate an 8 hours so he can have some spells.
So
Since
we-
you guys
Next to
complain
a
so
portal to the
much.
Out in the open. Just I'm loving this plan, boys. Just
All right,
to-
all right.
total
So
full ignore right here.
Morcan,
Well, hang on.
our
Was,
Yeah.
usual.
I can meditate first and then.
was somebody drawing a map? Because, I mean, I feel like the dwarves feel
Or-
like that we have explored
a
every
map.
room in here.
Actually, I think you need more rest than me right now. You can go
Yeah, but
first,
Here's
and
this
then I'll
card.
meditate after.
This yellow box, so I guess it's yours.
All right.
God.
Is this your area here? This little yellow box?
Yeah.
I put that sling card there. That's
Awesome.
what that
Thank
is I
you.
gave you. Yeah.
All right. So for the first
Immediately
two,
after being healed, I just fall on the ground and go to sleep.
so we're taking a full rest. That gets us our full hit points back, so you can put your health back, Maeve.
Mhm.
Well, if it doesn't get interrupted.
I already healed her before
He
she
already
went
healed
to
me
sleep.
anyway.
So
The first 4 hours while I'm guarding, I'm gonna keep on looking into this desk and see if there's anything. Like, I'll go to like fucking flip it upside down if I have to.
He's really wants that loot. Where it at?
I don't know.
Way to
Ron,
go, that.
Ron's on guard with you,
I'm sleeping on the couch. I claim this whole couch for myself.
but he's gonna stand guard on the table though.
I note the level of ale how much is in there before I went to sleep. So if it's missing Kazanlir, you owe me double what's gone on your next brew. I know you dwarves.
Don't have to worry about me. I've got my own long brew. This ale is
I don't have the
nothing
word for what I
compared to
want to use
mine.
here.
But yes, indeed, fair enough. If somebody, I will replenish your ale if I drink too much.
I tell Ron to watch over me. I'm actually gonna sleep in this chair right here.
Wink, wink.
All right. I rolled a dice. 8 hours go by, and no random encounters happen.
Was there anything in that desk once I take it apart?
So you pull out all of the drawers, and you don't find anything. So you like pull the top off the desk, and you don't find
Yep.
anything. So you like break off all the legs, and you like start
Mhm.
smashing it with an axe, and you find like bigger chunks, and there's nothing in those. So you break
Damn
those
it.
apart, and there's nothing inside that either.
So I make campfire.
I guess so.
You're a master of how to disassemble an IKEA desk now?
Yep.
The thing is, that desk was actually made by Orcus himself, and that's the biggest insult you could have given.
That perfect.
Other than me disassembling the statue at the beginning?
Also, Ninja, here's this poison that I put in his wine. Peter de Grey's is a used Fey basic poison vial made of clear glass, tiny size. It's worth 1 platinum and weighs nothing.
Yeah, you can just
Wait.
delete it unless you want to keep the vial.
No, I'm good.
Did Peter use any healing potions?
No.
He has a healing potion on him though, right?
I don't think so. He had 3 healing spells that he could cast per day. He has holy waters. It's not quite the same though.
I remember at some point Absforth swapped healing potions with the one he got from the trickster thing.
I did. The Nilbog poison that got given to me is actually in Peter de Grey's possession as a healing, what he thinks is a healing potion, and now he has a poison bottle of wine also.
That's why I was wondering if he drank it already. Like he swapped it with a healing potion last time.
Creus, Morcan.
Yeah.
Absforth is doing some bag management, and he comes across 3 pounds of amber incense, worth 300 total gold, 2 burnt othar fumes that are poison, worth 500 gold each, and a broken knoll hag finger ingredient. And he says all this can be yours for the low price of
Friendship.
600 gold pieces. Well, that's what the vendor would give me for it. I'm gonna sell it otherwise.
I have no notes about this. Could you repeat that thing about Nilbog poison?
Well, the very first thing the Nilbog did was tried to. I caught him putting something in my pocket, and it was a weirdly colored healing potion or something. And it's obviously not a healing potion. So I've held it for a long time, and then I switched it with an actual healing potion of Peter's. This was like right when we first entered the dungeon.
Are you gonna let me look at it?
You can't take it.
I can't hold it.
Well, I told you that I can't afford it, so
Did you try
you'll have to sell it.
No, I'm just
Well,
holding my hand out.
if
Like, may
can
I
find
take a
money
look at
other
that?
places, I'll just give it to you. But I'm actually kind of needing the money right now, or I wouldn't
Yeah.
even say.
I don't have the money for
Pulls
that.
it back towards her person, like, nah.
Maybe once we bring everything in, but even then, I might not want to spend the money
Well,
on
since
that.
I can't hold it, I'm gonna do an arcane check at disadvantage. See if I can determine what it is.
I walk up to Kazanlir and I hand him 3 scrolls of cure light wounds and a divine focus holy symbol,
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I know what it is.
and a scroll of
thank
remove
you.
light curse.
Yeah.
Very interesting.
3 scrolls of cure wounds.
Cure light wounds. Big difference.
Okay. What else?
That's-
Sorry.
That's a very special rock you have there, Maeve. Don't lose that.
1 scroll of remove.
You don't know what her
curse.
name is.
Okay.
It's easier to say Maeve and just assume that we don't know her name when
Oh.
we're speaking to her. You know what I mean? So we can
Oh,
address the conversation.
that's right. She hasn't told us her name, has she?
Mm-mm.
That's
Did you get the scroll? Sorry.
then replace Maeve with friend.
Did you get the scroll of remove curse?
Yeah.
And I give you a divine focus holy symbol.
Okay.
There's actually 3 of those. And 2 holy
Okay.
waters. Now you're not a Costco paladin, Kef.
Nice, thanks. I actually just learned the other day I can turn any water into holy water.
Now, what to do with this 20 boxes of candles?
So I'm gonna go find a pond, fill up a bunch of vials,
Hey,
turn them into
Ninja?
holy water, and make monies.
Where were the cards that had the alchemist stuff I took from that big storage room? Need to get
I don't know.
my shit together.
Did
Is
you put it in
over
a
here
bag somewhere?
It's over here to heavy. This one here.
No. There's one that says what I actually took.
This one that says Abforth took 94 feet of thread worth a silver piece each, 6 square yards of silk, and a box of powdered quartz and elemental dust. Pretty sure that was it. The elemental dust
Yeah,
is
I'm
an
just
alchemical
I'm adding
ingredient.
it. I'm just keeping it. Yeah, I'm trying to keep it all together so I know what I've got actually. I'm just gonna add this to a card over here, then I'll put it back where it was.
I talk to the dwarf and say, "Hey, how much can you guys carry?
A decent amount.
Could you carry these 2 iron half plate over here?
Yeah.
And some of these weapons over here. Yeah, I guess it's not part of the notes that you put down. I think. With the
No,
equipment,
I
but
did not
it's
add it
from
yet.
these. Yeah, it's from these last 2 that we killed here. Those are fairly valuable, I believe. And we can pick up all the stuff we left behind too on the way. I'm wearing one of the 4 armors.
Does
I put the half plates on this card here.
does anyone in the party have a mining pick?
Okay.
Didn't we have a mining
I
pick
do.
at one point?
I do. I still have that one, the shiny one.
The walls here are made out of rock, right?
Yep.
Can you take a couple whacks at one of the walls?
Yeah, I can give it a try. No. Do you want the pillars or the walls?
Just the walls. Our friend wants some rocks. I believe
Yeah.
just a couple whacks and some shards of rock should fall out.
Yes, torture, kill.
Yeah. I look around and I see if there's like a place where a chunk would come off, more easily than others.
She doesn't need a large chunk. She needs like small pebbles. So
Yeah, so I'll hit the one with the pickaxe.
Rocks, nice.
I take that manages to knock out a few like small pieces of rock she can put in her bag.
Want me to roll some for that?
That's fine.
Okay.
You get rocks.
Hey,
She
hey,
loves
Ninja.
rocks.
Do you remember the town the goblins attacked, or the ghouls attacked? I mean,
Yes.
do you remember that church?
Yeah, the one with the weird symbol.
Do you know which god that church was dedicated to?
That was a cult symbol, I believe. I don't know that.
They're divine focuses. Like they're definitely like.
I found stuff in the basement of that, and I imagine they had to relate to that church, right? And I
Yeah.
found
Yeah.
divine focuses, so I was assuming whichever god that temple was dedicated to would be the divine focuses.
Yeah, the
dedication,
divine
right?
focuses like don't really do anything for me, but I can like bear them on my shield or something as a spell casting focus. So,
Mm.
but I was curious what god those divine focuses represented, if we knew.
I have to look it up.
Which divine focuses?
The ones
Okay.
we found in the basement of the church
Ah,
in the city where the ghouls were attacking.
I bring up, we fought these creatures, and there's the one that fled us in that village. We've never seen again, and we haven't seen it in this cave either. I'm just wondering if they are truly connected together. They might. be associated together, but are they from the same cult?
Or what from the same cult? Wait, what?
The ghouls that attacked the village, and this cult here that we found in this crypt.
All right, I'm gonna
Um,
drop it in the Discord. These are the gods that those people worship.
Okay,
So,
thank you. Well, we did
Okay.
follow that necromancer here from
Yeah.
town.
Well, all this is good information. I think we should bring it up to the village because I'm not exactly sure that we can deal with this statue, this gate that leads to the abyss, and that's probably something that should be protected.
so they're all
Or
gods of
destroyed.
fury: Auril, Malar, Talos, and Umberlee.
Unfortunately, I do not worship any of them dudes and ladies. So, but thank you, Barker. Maybe I can figure out a way to use them.
Tell them the holy waters are worth 50 gold each.
Just thinking, like, I can turn water into holy water. So
You
I'm
should
gonna
never
just like,
have any issue for money then.
I'm gonna go buy a ton of vials, just find some water, and then just, yeah, exactly.
Oh, here you go, Shabby. You can have these too. They're sling bullets.
Maeve
Yes.
stuffed them into her pouch.
I
It's 20 iron bullets.
patiently worked out through conversation a name.
Congratulations.
What do sling bullets do? Is that just ammo for a sling?
Yeah.
Yep. It's just rocks.
Ninja, can I like inspect any of these like cultist bodies or in this room and find some type of symbol for the cult of Orcus, something I can show Jaren?
The Cult of Orcus, like any of their robes, would have the Cult of Orcus symbol on them. It is a
Yeah.
mace where the head of the mace is a spiked skull covered in blood.
Okay, I'll take one of the robes just so I can show Jaren.
Well, I mean, the entire stack of robes is on this card here, so it's part of the treasure.
The symbol is most likely also on the
We found all those books too.
big quilts or whatever they're called that we are taking to the museum.
Okay.
It's on the armor as well. The half plate
So
is
we-
like a very evil-looking half plate with symbols of Orcus on it.
Yeah,
And
we
I
did
think
find
someone
we
someone's
did find
wearing
all
one.
these books. No, I have one of them, but we did. I have the armor. I have one of the armor on. But we did find a bunch of the books in that library last time we were here. Those probably could be a good
Religious
reference.
sacrifices with your religion. Razor.
I'm sorry, what's that?
Does your religion involve sacrifices?
Sacrifice?
Are you asking that in character?
No.
I'm not. I'm not really religious. I'm not. I don't have a deity. I mean, I have a patron who's a god.
We have a sacrificial dagger that gives you a bonus. I guess it gives you advantage on your sacrifice religion checks. Is that something that a warlock would use? Let me
I-
put it that way.
Is it
So-
one of the Orcus daggers?
No.
Sacrifice
it
is
was something we found
a,
a long time ago.
Let me explain Sacrifice real quick. If you don't know, Sacrifice comes from the Book of Vile Darkness, which is a 3.5 book, so it's not really fully supported by 5th edition, but I sort of weaseled it back into the game. If you'd like to sacrifice anything, basically what it is a religion check that can result in miracles based on whatever god you're sacrificing to and how good the sacrifice is. So if you've got an evil god and you've got a creature that you're holding captive and you slit its throat with a sacrificial dagger and you make a religion check and call on that god's favor, then you might get some sort of boon.
Darn, that would have been
yeah,
great for the slaves.
I feel like, yeah, see, I feel like every time you kill an enemy, you dedicate it to the Raven Queen. So I feel like I would give you this dagger after the 7th or 8th time I heard you do it and say, we
Yeah.
found this in a campsite of Knowles like 8 years ago and nobody's used it. Here, why don't you have this? Maybe
Sure,
it'll help.
this would have been great for the prisoners back in
Yeah,
the
that would've been
cages
awesome.
because the Raven Queen likes tortured souls, so they had been tortured.
That would have been perfect. That guy was
Yeah.
just tortured. If he'd have had it then.
I guess so. Yeah, he would have been. He tortured by me though. So does that count?
Do they draw that line? You know, like how are
I'm-
we to judge?
I'm not quite sure. The Raven Queen's a little mysterious.
I think you'll have to test it out.
There's a whole list of bonuses for things that you can do leading up to the sacrifice to get a bonus on the religion check. I don't know if I can find the table on the internet though. It's pretty rare unless you have the book.
I feel like you're pushing me down a dark path with my own character. Like my character kind of walks the line.
Well, no, see, I feel like your character's I feel like you're lawful evil. Like, evil. I say evil because you do many evil actions straight-faced because you feel they're lawful. Like,
I've claimed my character's lawful neutral, but I'm kind of dancing towards evil, it seems.
like, I feel like the way you carry him is kind of just, like, very lawful, but I will murder the shit out of you in the name of the law.
In the name of the law.
Shabby's laughing because I was telling her about the Raven Queen, and she's like, this is supposed to be lawful neutral. She sounds more chaotic evil.
You could probably play it lawful evil, but lawful neutral is a stretch. Yeah, I think you're a little more on the evil side, buddy. And I don't mind evil characters in parties, and I don't mind playing an evil character as long as people can get above the meta point of like
Mhm.
wanting to stop the evil person in the character in the party because they know party information already.
Here comes the data.
Do you have
dump.
the
Bada
Do you have the
bing.
stats for the sacrificial dagger?
Kaz and
I'm
they're
pretty
gonna
sure
have to
it's just
find
a
a new
normal
party.
dagger that gives you like a +1 on sacrifice checks if you've got it equipped when you do it.
So if you're gonna
Okay.
do the sacrifice thing, copy what I just pasted into Discord. Put it in a text file, save
Alright.
it, because these are all the bonuses you can get. So if you try to check
Oh my
off,
god.
if you try to check off the whole list, you can get like a +20 bonus.
Holy shit. Have a willing sacrifice +3. Sacrifice is an impossible foe +4.
I just put it in my character's additional features and traits on his character sheet.
How
So
about I just do
It was
this?
empty, so
More. Pin messages.
So
Devin speaks up and
oh,
go ahead.
sorry, if there was a little bit of time during that where I wasn't doing much, I would have been drawing, making a drawing of this statue or the glowing symbol thing here.
Sure.
And
Ninja, I'm sorry to interrupt, Chris. I thought you were done. But can I add one thing real quick? On the way out, I want to make sure I keep an eye out for any of that moon-shaped symbol in this dungeon to see if it's any way related to my quest there with the Archmage.
Okay.
I didn't really look good while we were here going in because we had to be careful, but now that we're headed out, maybe I can get a real good examination of the place.
That would be an important detail. I would certainly make note of it if you had seen it.
Okay, so I haven't then.
Devin speaks up and says,
On second viewing on the way out, you don't spot it then either.
Awesome.
says, how about we head back out to the woods and make our way back to town and
yeah, we do need a long rest from all this adventure. It's been a long trip.
Here to that,
Dangerous
say the
one.
dwarves.
Morkan, are you finished with your drawing?
Are you thinking of destroying it?
Are you finished with your drawing?
Are you finished
I
with
look
your
at you, but yeah, I am.
I attempt to destroy the altar.
I try to stop you when you do that.
I shove you away and
No, okay, well,
destroy the altar.
what is it
Athletics
for?
check, I athletics check to shove you away.
I am clearing the room before you do that.
Maeve watches.
Is this hickory quarterstaff the one you're using right now?
No, you don't get it.
Professor? The one that's on this card down here?
What was your counter roll?
Well, what do I have to roll for this? Is it just a check for me, or does he
Trying
have
to hold me
to?
back, I
Is
would
it
assume.
is it my
athletics.
AC that he?
Or yeah, or is it you have to beat my saving throw when you try and grab me? I'm not sure.
Ninja?
Grapple check is you roll to hit with a free hand, and then your opponent has like a base that's like their well, I guess it's just their armor class.
sorry, I was AFK. Yes, Barker. The staff that the
So I'm the one who rolls.
necromancers are dropping. I'm using one.
This one here.
Oh, I don't.
One
I missed
dropped
you.
off of every necromancer.
I think there's
Yeah.
more to it.
I shrug
Okay,
you
one of
off,
those two.
maybe.
It's
Oh, I
pretty
missed
much
you.
for me or a wizard.
And I
Like
say, don't stop. Like I yell, stop. You don't know if it's dangerous.
It's a finesse.
It
weapon, I
doesn't
could
matter.
definitely use
This is a symbol of evil and a
Well,
portal to the depths of hell.
if
and
you're
it must be
willing,
destroyed.
if you're willing to
Yeah.
risk your life, don't risk ours.
Yeah, you can
And
use it.
then
It doubles as an
clear the
arcane
room.
focus for
Yeah,
casting
I-
spells. So.
I run back, and I run like I'm getting the hell out of there.
Yeah, I did the same.
Bit disappointed that my party ran away from me while I was trying to destroy
I'm
a
not
symbol of
I haven't
evil.
gone
And
anywhere. I'm still here with you.
yeah, not everybody,
what?
but the
I'm
people
right
that
here.
ran away, extremely disappointed that they ran away from me to trying to destroy a portal to the depths of hell.
So it says it's
Can't
a
understand why anybody would want this to be here.
strength athletics check in place of an attack roll.
Well, I had
Try
a pretty
again,
low
maybe.
roll. So.
Yeah, what did you roll a d20 or?
Yeah, I only rolled a 4, so I miss you.
Oh, okay.
And then,
Yeah, I am going to
and then it's contested by the opponent's athletics or dexterity check instead of armor class. So it's like contested wrestling.
okay.
Would I be able to do like an arcane check to see if I know how to destroy something like this?
Okay, so I have to roll an opposing strength check. Athletics.
Yeah, it would be like opposed athletics checks to see if you succeed at the grapple.
I rolled a 9.
So that's like the traditional way. That's the
Oh, you would have
5e
beat me.
method. All right, so you
Gotcha.
get out
Yeah,
wrestled.
we're
Roll that Arcana
Yep.
check.
Okay.
A 20.
'Kay.
Non-natural.
So your Arcana check tells you that there's a lot of energy contained in this crystal, and if you try to destroy it, it might explode.
Wait up, Casimir.
Well, we have to destroy this thing one way or another.
I've been through a portal such as this, and I'm familiar with them. If you destroy this, it's going to release the energy it contains and probably obliterate everything in this room, including us.
Okay.
In Morcan's voice, I yell, "Stop!"
Well, I'm not leaving a portal to the depths of hell here.
We need to find a powerful wizard of some sort to basically remove the enchantment from these rocks forming the portal, and so it's just a pile of rocks. We can't just wail at it. The magic's got to be removed first. Believe me, I don't want it here
Why don't we
either.
get that ballista and set up a trap for whoever comes back through it?
Couldn't get it
The
through.
shit out of them.
All you need is anti-magic. You put up an anti-magic field and then disable it right then and
Exactly.
there.
That's what we need a high-level caster for.
Well, again, I'm not leaving a portal to hell open here, so you guys can leave if you want.
Get clear before it go boom. The dwarves all take off running.
You're going to give your life to destroy this portal.
Wait a second. Wait a second. Kazan, I might have a better idea. And I didn't mention that we should at
You're
least
not
let.
anywhere near me.
No,
Okay.
well, I'm around the corner here.
Are you, is that what
Can
you're
I
saying,
see
though?
into that room from this couch?
Yep.
All right, I sit back down on the couch and start drinking again.
I did mention earlier that we should let the village know that there's this portal. We're not the ones to be able to
Yeah,
play
we
with
don't.
such things. What we
We
can
don't
do
know-
maybe is block their way out of this area.
Yeah, the amount of damage trying to destroy this improperly could cause. We don't know what it could tear down the walls of this place, and this whole place could be crumbling down on us as we try to leave.
Hear me yell from the couch. Do it.
I don't think you're suicidal. I know that
I
you
don't
have
think-
good. I know that you have great intentions, and I have good intentions.
I don't
too,
like this
but
being here either, but it's not worth your life to try and destroy it improperly.
Your life is worth more than this, and we can come
Well,
back with help.
then we have to find another way because I'm not leaving with this portal to hell open.
There's some
You have
powerful.
no idea what's gonna come through here.
There's some powerful mages in the town that can help us with this.
I'll wait here with you.
We could collapse the tunnel on the way
Yeah,
here.
where the
That
pylons
room with all the
are.
pillars, we could
Yeah.
destroy those pillars. Let that whole hallway
There's-
collapse.
There's
Exactly.
a lot of manure upstairs.
We could blood
You say
them in.
menorah?
They can port themselves
Manure.
in back here, but if they can't get out of the tunnel, they'll have to dig themselves out, and that's a massive project.
We could create a bomb with the manure upstairs.
Oh
I'm
yeah.
sure Kazun there knows I support his idea, but from over here.
Well,
Mm.
I'm gonna go back to the next room and wait to hear what you're deciding. So when I come here, I jump over the trap and I go to the end here.
If you guys haven't figured out, I like to make things go boom.
Did you guys blow up?
Not just
No.
yet.
It is yet to be determined.
So also, Razor, because you heard him cast the incantation to open the portal, you might be able to do it yourself.
So is Shabby.
What?
Would
Oh,
I be able to?
That's
No, I'm
true.
not-
Shabby's mimicry would actually also allow Maeve
I
to
can
open the portal.
down
But it would allow us to close the portal.
What was the language in?
You're right.
Was there?
You
Was
were
there
Abyssal.
You were all the way
Abyssal.
down here, so you probably wouldn't have heard it.
So well, I really don't want to say it. Like, it was a plea out to Orcus. I don't want to call out to Orcus's help. Like the
Also-
incantation was
also-
like a.
Maybe
Why
try your
would you
time.
want to open a portal to the
Yeah,
abyss?
The
exactly.
last thing
Oh,
that we need to do is open the portal.
Maybe you could try one of those miracle religious things that you just learned about.
Oh, and I'll just sacrifice Casimir like he plans on. Willing sacrifice.
It doesn't have to be
Would-
a creature. It could be an item as well.
Would any of the books that we got in that other hallway help us?
It would have to be an item that has sentimental value to someone.
like literally any.
No, we're not sacrificing Ron.
Ron would probably work well. I'm pretty sure that the Raven Queen would do something for Ron. So.
Fuck you.
I mean, the Raven Queen would probably do something for Maeve's shiny rock.
Absforth walks forward
I will sacrifice myself.
solemnly, eyes down on the ground, unsure of himself, and he unclips a whip from his belt. And carved in it
Whoa.
is the Dust Brush family crest. It's probably my most prized item. I look at Casimir and I know this is going to be a hard
But it's-
subject to get a decisive decision on. So I hand Razor the whip. I say I willingly offer you this in
A family crest. This is your family?
yes. This is my most prized possession. Do
I
with it what you- do
think
with it
that
what
would
you will.
do. It has sentimental memories attached to it that would be associated with the Raven Queen.
As I sit down, I sigh and say, yes, that's the item that got me into archaeology.
Damn, Barker.
Wow. No, that would help. The Raven Queen would definitely like this item to be sacrificed.
Maeve puts her hand
Damn.
on his shoulder and says, "Friend, good."
Just
So yeah, I
pour
guess I'll
myself
perform
another cup.
I'll perform my first ritual with this dagger. How exactly? Unless it would be a religion check.
What do you sacrifice?
His
I'm sacrificing Absforth's family whip
Okay.
with his seal on it that
Wow.
got him into archaeology.
You're gonna do a lengthy ceremony lasting an hour.
damn Barker.
This is an altar, but it's not dedicated to your deity, so you don't get the prime location bonus. It is a desecrated, unhallowed area because the necromancers made it so that's +3 there. I'm up to +4 so far.
I'm an agent of my patron, right? Right? Maybe.
Has to be
Did I get the
somebody
witness?
else. There's not 10 people. There's no torture involved. There's no injury involved.
You do have a willing
There is
sacrificer
10
here.
people. There is 10 people. 3 dwarves, Peter de Grey, 6 of us.
There's 7 of us, isn't there? 7 of us.
Quit counting Ryan. He is not a people.
No, there's 7 of us.
I don't know if it counts though. I think all the followers have to be like involved in the religion.
Oh no, there is
Oh,
only
yeah.
6. There's
It
only
says
6.
followers, so I would think that it would be Raven Queen patrons or people.
So like you do it in front of the church congregation of 100 peasants, and you get that +1.
I mean, if I do it in front of Absforth, I mean that's kind of torturing him, right?
Yeah, I wouldn't say that. I'd say willing. That gives you 3 points.
Well, he's willing. He's giving up the whip. So
All right. So a total
Maybe
plus
if you rock,
7.
does that help?
Whatever your religion check is, and then add an additional plus 7 on top.
Where the hell did Krios? Oh, Krios.
I mean, I'm not proficient in religion, but would I be proficient in my own
No,
only? No. If I'm not proficient in religion, I'm not proficient.
you can still make the check. It's d20 plus
The
your
thing about it is that dagger didn't say exactly what it did. It just said
modifier.
bonus when using for religion sacrifice, but it didn't say anything else than that.
I think it's these bonuses that he's adding up.
So it would be intelligence. So d20 plus your int mod plus 7.
Plus 7. So and my int is
help him
1, so
if I'm
that's 8.
proficient.
So, Professor, I sent you a DM.
D20 plus 8, but it's also with advantage if you've got the magic item.
Secrets don't make friends.
Okay. D20 plus 8 with advantage.
Well, it's literally a secret. I used a cantrip message
Oh, you
to
have
send
the
him a
message
message.
on?
You just
Yeah.
used your once a day to send me this message?
Yep. While I'm sitting here drinking before the sacrifice goes off, but that's just personal for later.
Maeve still has her hand.
Well,
up.
I'll
Leave.
psychically respond because I know this spell message, so I know I would be able to respond to it and say, okay.
All right. But I look at Maeve with kind of like a trembling lower lip and just look at the barrel of ale and keep drinking.
Dude, I'm having trouble, man. Like, oh man, I want to do it. Okay. I send the whip to the Raven Queen. I'll go ahead and use the dagger. I create a loop with it, and I destroy the whip.
Roll
I'll
that check.
watch as it happens.
24.
24.
And I ask the
Alright.
Raven Queen to assist in destroying this portal to hell.
Hmm.
That belongs to
Razor's my homie.
followers of.
I love
I-
ninjas.
And it's created by followers of Orcus, her enemy, and I proceed to continue chopping up the whip into small pieces. Like, hoping.
Yeah,
24.
Hang my head.
Well,
There will be other
unfortunately,
artifacts.
it was not a good enough sacrifice to generate
What?
an anti-magic field.
Really?
Yep, unfortunately.
Oh my god.
All right, where's Peter?
Let's see. I can do something else for you though.
Let's kill him.
Trying to see what I
Where's
can do.
Peter?
I don't see signs of
Create a
anything.
shield that blocks the blast.
Not even a single Raven.
No, where's Peter? Give me Peter. Let's go.
I mean, the Raven Queen hates Orcus, man. She would be all for it.
Give me Peter. Let's go.
Can't have
Peter's not gonna
demons
come.
freely able to come through a portal near the city.
No, they want me to sacrifice Peter.
Give me Peter. It's a fucking cleric.
Sort
Let's
of
go.
knows the fickleness of gods. He knows it's understandable. Not even the best sacrifices work all the time.
Well, the thing
I mean,
is,
it-
I'm looking at what the sacrifice can accomplish. It's not for nothing, because it does something here. I'm just trying to figure out what it does in response to this.
A 24, man. What was it, DC 25? Did I miss it by 1?
Well, for the effect that you were going for, you missed it by, you needed like a 45.
45. What?
Roll.
It's a difficult DC. What can I say?
Back
So
to
I
plan
needed a
A.
nat 20. I needed a nat 20 is what you're saying. So the modifiers don't matter, damn.
Sacrifice
no.
the
If
cat.
you need a
20 with all the
45,
preparation modifier. You have to
you
have
need
all the
25
preparation
mod.
modifiers.
You need more than one mage. Power for a wizard.
Interesting. What is the Raven Queen's like? What is her magic style? Like, what does she do? What's her thing?
In life, before she was a god, she used ice magic. She's considered also the god of winter, in addition to being the god of death. She usually she usually manifests ravens as her form of communication, either a flock of ravens or whatever a flock is called. Yeah, she usually communicates through ravens or very messages, shadows, ravens. I
I
don't.
think it's ravens.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, shit. That's what I'm saying. Shadows or ravens. Usually, it's either like a single raven, like perched on something to send a message, or a whole group of ravens.
Like if my character was aligned differently, yeah, he might sacrifice Realm, but he's not. Like that just he wouldn't. Like
Like I said, she was a frost mage in life, so
Maybe
and that
it's a rock.
Because I made a big sacrifice doesn't mean everybody needs to.
yeah.
All right, check it out. Check it out.
Not something that everybody needs to do.
So
I'm trying to make be an example.
Yeah.
Absol is so what's the word?
I think it's like a DC
Uh,
19.
Unselfish.
Okay, so here's what happens. You make your sacrifice, and you call on the Raven Queen, and the spell effect you're able to get with this sacrifice that you rolled is a third level
dispel magic.
Dispel Magic. Third level
Yes!
Dispel Magic
Alright.
can cancel a higher level spell, but the DC equals 10 plus the spell's level, so that's a DC 19. So, let's see. You're calling on the Raven Queen to do this. I'm sure she has a pretty solid bonus on her roll. So can she do a 19? I rolled a 12. I'm gonna say she has more than a +7. So
It has a +7, surely.
surely. So
Surely.
with a lower level spell, a Dispel Magic, she's still able to do what you asked for.
Yay.
So it just turns into a pile of rocks now, and we can destroy it and dismantle it.
Mm.
It's a pile of rocks.
Well, the gate spell that was in there has been shut off. So the duration is instantaneous, so I think maybe it's just good. I think it's no longer a gate.
Like that
But
this
is
is
it
a
rock?
giant
Beautiful.
white marble. Is this a giant white marble for anybody else?
Everybody.
Yeah.
Except Ninja.
Okay. Cool. I like how it's just a giant white marble with a bunch of particles floating around it. I like it better than whatever the image it could be, honestly.
It's
turned to
actually a pretty
Razor.
cool image if you turn his stream on.
I turn to Razor and I say, friend, you just saved my life. How can I ever repay you? Because I probably would have sacrificed myself. Closest thing.
Are they
I
rocks
had to.
or not?
Well, who knows how much damage an exploding crystal would do? You might have lived through it. You never know.
I'm taking the rocks.
Oh,
This
it's
is
just a
true, but-
oh, it's just a crystal. Okay, I can't see it, so I thought it was like a portal, like of rocks.
Let me describe it again.
No, it's
So in front of you there is a big round platform with 3 smaller circles in front of you. Each circle has a bunch of abyssal writing in the circle, and then in the center of this bigger ring with the 3 smaller rings in front of it, there's this giant crystal sticking up out of it, like levitating there, like a crystal the size of a human body that turns into the portal that connects to the abyss.
Got you. So now that the magic is dispelled, the crystal can be destroyed. I want to try and destroy it, so it can't be re-enchanted later.
Yeah, it's got
I will
the
help.
tensile strength of glass, so I think you just have to whack it and it'll probably shatter. It's
Now we can take care of this Kazanlir. As the magic, the whip dissipates and goes off to the shadow realm, and the magic dispels the portal. Now we can destroy this crystal Kazanlir.
You better do it quick though, because dispel magic is
Absolutely.
probably not an effect that's going to permanently disable it.
They
I
could
jump forward with my axe above me in the air and just slam down straight through the top, split the crystal in half.
You destroy the dark crystal. That should stop them from returning from the abyss for at least a while.
All right.
Thank the heavens. Can I take a little piece of the crystal?
Sure. There's about 100 pounds of shattered crystal here. It's quartz crystal.
Ooh,
So it's
cool.
just plain old quartz. I'll take 10 pounds of it.
Nice work.
Absworth has a bunch of cups here and says, "Share a drink to victory, friends." The hint of sadness in his voice.
Now it's
Ronald
time
per
to
cake.
leave the dungeon.
Say Abfrith, I understand this. That whip seemed precious to you, my friend, and the fact that you would give it up to help me and achieve the goal of shutting down that gate, I won't forget it. We'll find
We'll
you
find a
better
way.
whip, I promise.
We'll find a way to repay your
It's not
sacrifice.
the item itself that mattered. It's the sentimentality behind it. I don't necessarily care about a whip.
That's the only reason why it would work with the Raven Queen.
All right. I'm going to do a
I'll
thing.
drink with you.
I'm going to
And-
take a screenshot of this dungeon so I can make a board out of it. If we need to return to this specific dungeon,
Well,
I'll
see,
have the layout
Ninja, this
saved.
is what I was actually not quite done. I was actually going to suggest, as everybody's getting ready to leave, I'll tell them that I'll exit behind them. I've got the chariot, I can catch up. I just need a moment to myself, you know, sit and reflect on some things, if they don't mind.
Absolutely.
All right, I just wanted to get the screenshot. You can put yourselves back if you want.
I am solemnly overwhelmed by Razor and Apfirth this time. Just like thinking, you know, how great it is to have such caring friends and companions in a party with me.
I share a drink with Absworth, and I'm not very good at consoling people, but I'll let them know that feelings like sadness and happiness is what separates us from the unliving. And
I'll smile and nod a little bit, you know, like.
sadness is much more interesting than happiness. I'll finish my drink and proceed with where we're going.
Maeve follows aimlessly.
Nice.
So you
Now we get
guys
to
file out of the dungeon,
dismantle.
retrace your
Yep.
steps all the way back out.
Mm.
We
Oh.
pick up Mr. Polyphilo on our way out.
All right,
What would I have to do to secure this dungeon? No.
close the hatch on the roof.
Yeah, can I lock it with, how would you go about changing the locking mechanism?
I don't think there's a locking mechanism. You climbed in through a vent on the ceiling.
Yeah, we did. I forgot.
So,
I'm gonna have
There
to
was
put
a
something.
door right
Would have to
here.
put something heavy on top of it, and conceal it.
so if someone wanted to make, say, a secret lair out of this place, they could do that if they just concealed the entrance.
I can help you cover up the hatch in the roof with like some rocks or something.
See, the
But
problem is
there
I
is
don't want
the
you guys to
door.
know about it. That's
Oh, okay.
that's the thing. The
Gotcha.
problem with asking for help is 'cause I don't want anybody to know about it. Hence the secret lair part. Like, I don't care about Orcus. I don't want anybody to think that. That's not the reason. If I could conceal this well enough, could I keep it hidden from most everyone except someone who managed to open this portal back somehow?
It's an incredibly secure base. Yes. The front gate is
Okay.
magically locked. You don't know what the password is, unfortunately.
How did we get through it? Through a
You
vent in the
you
roof.
went through the vent in the roof.
Vent in the roof, which is right here, right? Is that what this is?
Yeah,
We crawled in
that
here
first
and
area.
came in. So I'd need to secure this so no one else could get through this vent in the roof, right?
Yep.
Alright, well, I'm going to try to find some materials in here to do that with. I can probably use the lumber. There's like, what, 800 pounds of lumber in this box or something?
There was close to 1,000, maybe more.
Where's that card at? I have it over here, I think.
They had a lot of firewood.
So yeah, 460 pounds of firewood, bones, and coal. And I have thread and silk. Yeah, I think I want to use the guise of me mourning my whip, which I am kind of, but I'm going to use it more to secure this area for my use in the future if I need it. That's more of a thing I would like to do
Gotcha.
than anything. So I'm going to spend some time doing that, then use my chariot of dogs to catch up with the party.
It's pretty far away from the keep, though, so you might not be able to get back and forth between these locations easily.
Could use some help. You can ask.
Didn't we just cover that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I
Yeah.
understand that it's hard to get to. It's kind of like a fallback measure. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
if shit really hits the fan, I want to have a place I can go. So yeah.
I'm just happy we're getting out of here. I need more rocks.
We got you some rocks.
I always need more rocks.
And some crystals.
I'm uploading the map
I
if
already
you
had
guys want to look at
crystal
it.
from the first time.
Your sketched map of the dungeon. Dun, dun,
That
dun,
was a pretty
dun.
epic dungeon, man. That was well done.
I don't have a whole lot of faith in my Olympiad group right now. I'm just saying. Other than Kef with his axe,
All right.
my other dwarves are not ringers. They are overpaid.
Here's a fun game. Help me out here. Do you guys see this bag right here? This bag?
Put everything
What?
in it.
A floating
Where?
bag?
What bag?
This
Yes.
big brown bag.
Yes.
Now, not the
Mm.
cards, but everything that's on the cards, I need to go in that bag. So, like all these columns, all these doors, all these chests, all these goodies, but not the cards.
I can't grab the chest.
Yeah, some of them are unlocked.
Anything that's locked, you just need to point at it and tap L.
I tapped L and it. Oh, there we go.
Oh, this is way faster when everyone does it.
Oh, somebody dropped a lot of something.
These things won't go in.
So the trick is, if you sort of point at it, sometimes it'll highlight and sometimes it won't. You sort of have to... I don't know. If you can get it to highlight, it'll drop in every time. But it's
I'm
not
gonna
always
put it
easy.
like right over top of it sometimes.
Everything but the cards. No.
That was a card.
Somebody threw a card in there.
Oh well, I'll fish it out later. Cards are going to go back in the card deck.
Kind of sad.
I'm running around unlocking stuff, so you guys can pick stuff up.
Exciting cleanup.
Mm.
Thanks for watching out there in Twitch land. All of our thousands of fans are just screaming in anticipation of what our next move is going to be.
All that stuff in that pile is unlocked.
Can't believe nobody climbed down the well. You didn't find the sacred treasures. No, I'm kidding. There was just death.
I wanted to.
I was hoping to catch somebody in my well. I figured somebody would think there was treasure down there.
Nope. There's always like a worm creature at the
I feel
bottom
like
of
that
those
was
things.
targeted at me.
One gargaloid. One
Even the creatures?
Yeah, I threw all the creatures in there too. I'm sad that this object here didn't load for anyone. I guess I'll just delete that. No point.
The altar, you mean? Or
Yeah, the cool ass altar model.
yeah, it was cool. I just looked at it on your stream.
Yeah.
Must have been an older object from one of those packs that got deleted for copyright reasons. Alright, so unlock all the COD. You can actually just drag a box around cards and then hit G and it'll drag them all to a center. Like so.
There you go.
Nice.
Wow, that was a big map. That was awesome.
Yeah, those maps take a while to set up. I usually
Yeah,
need
no kidding.
time in
Yeah,
between
that was really cool.
during the week to set those things up.
My character disappeared. I
No.
don't know where I put it. Oh no, I do. I found it.
Yeah, they should all be in a pile. All in one central location. Is that the only card that went in? I think so.
Now, the only person whose character disappears is mine. One day we're going to be on this board and just 27 of me are going to pop up.
I think I'm the one who accidentally deleted it.
It's easy to do. If you just hit backspace while pointing at anything, it goes away.
And I was like, I think I just deleted something. And I was
What's
like,
this one
maybe I
black thing
didn't.
right here? Oh, that's
Pretty sure it's on stream.
Okay. Yeah, that can go in there too.
Yeah, it's not just you though. Like my pieces disappear all the time. Other people have done it too. Then
There's a flame. Go in the bag, I guess.
Yeah, I never.
Hey,
ended up using it.
can we take like a 5 minutes to get something to drink?
Sounds good. I think I'm gonna grab food.
All right.
I've been eating this whole time.
I had half
Do
a
we-
half a bag of Pop Tart.
do we have a bag of Pop Tart?
That was like the worst way to phrase it, but yeah, you know, like a package of Pop Tarts
One
where there are two
Pop-Tart.
Pop Tarts. I ate
Oh,
one.
He
of
ate
the
hold
two.
on.
one Pop-Tart.
Ninja, we got 2 spider webs here.
All right.
It didn't manage to make it.
That's fine. I'll drop them in the bag. All right, I'll be back in a bit.
Hey, I'm sending you messages on Discord real quick if you don't mind reading them on this break, Tom.
How long can you, or how late can you go, Shabby?
I mean, to be honest, I should probably peace out because I only have like 30 minutes.
That's fine. Just wait till Ninja comes back so he can properly send you off.
I was kind of wanting to play some more Jackbox tonight.
Mm.
Honestly, had a lot of fun. We played some of the other games we hadn't played before. There was one called Patently Stupid. It was pretty damn good. You like made up inventions for problems. People like they give you a fill in the
Oh.
blank, and you fill in the blank. Like you put an answer, and then you've got to create a problem of an invention to solve that problem. And you draw out the invention, and then you give a pitch for it, and you pitch your idea, and then the people vote on it like 1, 2, and 3, and you get money. And the goal is to get funded in your invention. And then in the second
Yeah.
round, everybody does the same invention. They all make this. You make a product to fix the same invention, and whoever has the best same concept after that for voting. It was really fun.
That's cool.
They should fix Bluetooth. That's what that should fix.
And there was one that said that's called Split the Room. It was pretty good too. It you had to make up scenarios. So they gave you a weird scenario, and it was like, would you either this or that? And the goal was to split the room as evenly as possible between the yes and no scenario. Like, would you rather do the scenario listed or the one I gave? Or would you rather do this, yes or no? And you would pick who would say, you make up a scenario that people would pick yes. You think people would evenly pick between the two. It's pretty fun.
I like that. That one sounds fun.
Are you guys still playing D&Ds?
Well, it's
Of
not.
course.
Yeah, we just finished the meat of what I guess is today's session. I would imagine.
Yeah, we can have a shorter session and do something else. I'm down for that.
We
can what?
Finish the dungeon.
Do we pretty much head back to town, or are we gonna
I figured
Yeah.
that's what was going to happen. Everybody headed back to town.
show Maeve the warehouse? Are we inviting her into it?
Yeah,
I mean, that would be your
well,
decision.
You gotta wait for Ninja to get back.
I'll give her the same proposal I gave you. You know, there's plenty of room for everybody there. As long as she throws in towards the construction cost with monetary contributions, she's more than welcome to stay there. That's the same offer everybody else got. The only person that didn't take it was Lazarus. Everybody else has a room in the warehouse.
I thought somebody
Maeve
was
may not
staying.
completely understand what you mean by that, and will probably give you rocks.
I'll accept it.
We'll build a
and I'll-
birdhouse.
Yeah,
I'll
the rocks
accept
are
it.
very valuable to her, so
No, I
Construct a
understand.
birdhouse outside of
Listen,
it,
just
and then
listen,
she'll stay
listen.
there.
A
Absworth,
perch.
Absworth's eyes kind of light up in humor, and he says, "Very good, May. Very good. You can have the loft. It's got great views to the sky outside.
Loft. Great view. Sky outside.
Top stairways. You'll find it easily. You can also.
it works.
Do you understand work? Do you know what work is?
Maeve, understand work.
If you do a profession or you have a craft you like maybe making more shiny rocks like this, you can even open a shop and sell your wares here in this building. I think that's what everyone else plans on doing.
the rocks only stay shiny for a minute.
Maeve pulls out a bunch of broken crystal. Sell.
Yeah, I give you the thumbs up. Anything you want, as long as it's what you want to do.
A broken crystal base.
But see, the thing is, you can charge whatever kind of money. You can ask for whatever you want in return. So this might be a good way to get new shiny rocks you've never seen before.
Her pupils widen. She sits in place, holding out the the broken crystal. Sell! And yells it aloud.
I'll give you a demonstration. Here, watch. When you say sell with your stuff, I'll hand you, and I get one of the pretty rocks you just gave me and hand it back to you, and then I'll take one piece of the crystal.
My
Or-
Hands
crystal.
you another crystal. Hands you another crystal. Hands you another crystal.
No, I say, or you can do it like this, and I give you 2 pieces of rock and take 1 crystal. I say, or you could do it like this, and I hand you 5 pieces of rock and take 1 crystal. This is called prices. You can charge whatever you want for stuff. It's up to you. It can be
Maeve
worth
stares at
1
rocks.
or 2 or 5 or 100. You just got to make sure the people are going to be willing to pay. And then he walks off, leaving you utterly confused with
yeah.
several pieces of crystal and a bunch of rocks.
So go ahead and do an int check to see if you understood any of that. It's a -1 modifier.
Well, I mean, not for me.
Yeah, you're going by intelligence, not wisdom. So no, Maeve, not you. Yeah.
Is that insight?
No,
No, just-
just straight intelligence. I don't think she has an intelligence roller. Yeah, she doesn't have an intelligence.
Shabby. Use this one. Let's
Yeah, she
look at
doesn't
that.
just have a regular
Use this
skill
one up here
roller.
by my spot. This one here. This little small one. Yeah.
Yeah,
of
either
these.
one.
Intelligence.
Check intelligence and then change it to a -1.
And then click roll.
It's not bad actually.
Oh,
I would
15.
say probably.
Yeah, 15.
You'd have some learning to do, but you grasp the concept solidly.
Yeah, you actually grasped the basic concepts of trading. It probably helps your past. Your past probably helps with that.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm guessing you're explaining this to her on our way back to town, Barker.
Well, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I mean we got a long journey.
Yeah.
I thought I was
So-
referencing directly like this room here.
What's up, Joe?
got-
Whoa! Is that Kev?
Hey, buddy.
Yeah.
How you doing?
Thought I made it back in time, but obviously not.
We start at 7 o'clock, dude.
I know.
I will tell Maeve that I have an idea of what the large rock, the like fist-sized rock that she has.
Jeez,
Very
that's a big
special.
one. Is that the
Um,
size that she throws every time?
No,
No.
no, this is a different
Oh.
rock. I say that one there, that's a very special rock. It's actually very similar to this staff I carry around.
Similar.
Yeah. So like, I mean, we're not so different. I use this staff the way you use that rock.
She hands you 5 crystals. Staff?
No, you can't have my staff.
Aha.
You can have the crystals back.
She doesn't understand.
And that's supposed
you
to
prob-
work every time.
I'm not sure you would want my staff because my staff is the opposite of shiny. It's engulfed in shadows that circle around it.
You just said it was similar to a rock, so that's all she understands.
All right.
Yes, you would.
The quartz? You talking to me, Barker?
Yeah, it would
Yeah.
be a ingredient, an alchemy ingredient, probably.
Okay. Are you here, Chris?
Was that the quartz?
Yeah, you want it?
Well, I asked you, what is that from?
This is the leftovers of the crystal that I broke, which was the gate to hell. Thanks to
Oh.
Firth and Professor's help, we were able to destroy it, and I took some of it. Figured you might want it.
Yeah. Are you able to carry it for now? And I can grab it in this town?
I am already heavily encumbered.
Actually, I'm back to my horse, so I transfer, all the heavy stuff on my
Yeah,
horse.
that's fine.
Yeah.
I'm only carrying 6,000 copper, 2,000 silver.
I know.
and
Where is
1,000
it going,
gold.
Kev? I don't know where
It's
it's coming from.
That's
It's from
coming
coming
through
from Chris.
Chris.
Mm.
He's got speakers, I guess.
Yeah, I switched to speakers. Was it 10 pounds of quartz?
Mm-hmm.
All right, I'll put it down I'll put it in my card.
There's still like 90 pounds down there. If we ever need to go back and get some more, it's there. But I don't imagine quartz is very rare. We're able to remove the magic, so I don't think there's anything magical about it, but suppose you can use it in alchemy somehow.
Maybe.
So I'm just picking up rocks as we go.
It'd be nice if some of the magical essences in it, maybe not the evil, but
Just collect as many
Yeah.
as you can carry.
That's why I took some. I'm not sure if there's still any lingering magic in there, but I figured you'd be the one to figure that out.
For each
well-
rock, she drops a piece of crystal on the ground.
Crystal.
She's trading with Mother Nature.
Oh, a piece of candy.
Dude,
A piece of candy.
does Absworth see this?
Sorry, I'm typing a message. What happened?
Maeve is picking up rocks off the ground and putting crystals in their place.
I'm watching here and I'm just smiling the whole time because I know that it's this is because of me, but I'm not gonna try to fix it at this point.
she's
Because it is
trading with
hilarious.
nature.
It's
Oh my.
hilarious.
So, Ninja, in your absence, Absworth has taught Maeve how to trade. Somewhat. And she thinks she understands it, and now she's trading with nature.
Sounds good.
Yeah.
Trading
The whole time
stones
we-
for stones.
The whole time we've been walking, she's trading the crystals with nature for rocks.
Yeah.
So-
This is how we've gotten. This is our entertainment on the way back to town, by the way.
All right, so you have some options now.
Check the rest of those messages, Ninja.
Yeah, I should read that before I
Also,
continue.
Ninja, I'm gonna have to peace out at this point if we go back to town.
All right. Well, I mean, getting back to town's a process too. I'll just have you tag along
Yeah.
though.
Yeah.
You leaving right now?
I was about to ask like what direction you guys want to head. Do you want to take the direct
I'll
route?
stay in the chat, but for a
Yeah.
little bit. But
Okay.
Okay.
yeah, for sure.
Did you guys want to take this direct route, like this way?
Yeah, direct as possible. We're all worn out, ready to get back to our business in town.
Okay.
Dude, is this a new feature? Did you know that you can press M and it creates like a magnifying glass?
Yes, it's been there forever.
Yeah.
Did you also know you can hold Alt and it zooms in
No,
an
the-
item?
Yeah, the alt has been there since day one. This M
I
has
didn't know.
not.
I don't know if you know this, David, but you can also use W, A, S, and D to move the camera around.
Is there any other way?
Yes, holding the middle mouse button and scrolling with it.
Oh,
Just,
okay.
moving with it.
WSD is so much easier.
It's so much.
No, but like,
Hey, to be fair, I didn't know about WASD for about a month until about a month into owning this game.
Wow.
All right, our choices.
It doesn't
the
every
alt has
game
been there
have that?
since day one.
Yeah, but I don't know. I guess I tried it once and it didn't work, and then I decided.
Oh,
I
man.
must have- like, I
marijuana
must
is
have
a
done
hell
it.
of
Except for
drug.
fucking
That one.
Anno, dude.
Yes, it is.
Yeah, you can change it to work on Anno. You just have to change. the
I need
device.
to. It drives me crazy.
All right, so we've got a path. We've got a track. I've got my generator here. Let's find that.
So that is my actual new milestone goal there, Ninja. That last thing I put, the last 4 lines for my next level. That's what I think it should be.
Can someone teach me how to do milestones?
Copy
Or
that.
Do you
Really?
remember your character's name?
Yeah.
Okay.
I have his backstory and all that.
Well, you pick out parts of the backstory that you think are important, and you tie them to something in the real world, and then you
Let me rephrase that. Can someone make my backstory or make my milestones for me?
no,
No.
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 You gotta
Definitely
play.
okay.
You gotta play too.
I have a rough draft of my milestones, and honestly, my level 3 was, discovering the Cult of Orcus and, killing some, if not a whole group of them. So, did I level up?
Barker, is that for level 3?
I haven't.
I feel like it should be level 4, but I feel like
No, and level 4 is
mission-
Discover Moon, and you haven't done that yet.
Okay, so I guess it should be level 3 because she's part of Moon, right? Or at least I've been told that by the Archmage that association is there.
I love how this barrel's become part of our group.
And I think that would be kind of killing two birds with one stone. My own goals and an overlapping town quest involved with that too. I think that would be a level 3 goal, yeah?
Don't say that in game.
All right. And who else needs a milestone?
Joda.
Killing two birds with one stone.
Joe Deb. He wants to write a bardic song. That was your first to second level goal that you had given me so far.
Yeah. I'll talk
Yeah,
about the rest
Joe,
of them. I
a
guess.
lot of these milestones you kind of have to like organically create through playing and
And a lot
following
of
how
it
the
to
story is going.
the story
Yeah.
up to the point so far. You know, like our goals are very heavily associated with the story we've been given so far.
Professor and I just somehow luckily had like our level 3 goals kind of overlap right there. You know, I've been investigating these cultists since day one.
And then
There's
mine
that.
happened to show up in a storyline related to an NPC that I found, and something that I've been trying to find out about my previous master that was tied to my backstory.
So Razor,
y-
you're you're third level now.
That's what I thought. That's what I figured.
That was your second level goal, was to hunt the cult of Orcus. So you just did that.
Yes. Yeah, I have a rough draft I was going to send you.
And we
I
had
need to
a-
polish it a bit, but
and
I
we
set
had
up
a
my
long
goals all the way
rest,
to
too.
6. I also want to talk to you. Like, it's no rush because it's what I plan to do for my 6th level.
Okay.
So, but that we're a ways away. So
So right now you don't have anything planned for third level, so you're gonna have to think about what your next milestone is.
yeah, I got it. Like like I said, I have a rough draft, but I need to polish it some. So
Right on.
Also, my AC improved because I had time to equip that chain shirt
Nice.
that I found. That's good.
So I don't do XP in my game. I prefer the milestone system, which is purely RP based, which means you decide when you level up. But I want you to actually build a character arc for yourself where you don't immediately gain a level every week. You have to actually set like interesting goals that are not easily accomplishable, and then when you accomplish those goals, that's when you level up, because that makes sense in the flow of the story narratively. That's my goal.
I still have not found out information about Ron's past, so I can't level up yet. Alright. We pushing forward on this path?
What time is it when you leave the dungeon? You got there at 8 p.m. and you rested for 8 hours
that-
and
you might
an
as
hour.
well- You might as well roll a d20 plus 4.
Why?
It's the 24 hours because it's just random at this point. There's really no telling how long we were in there.
Mhm.
We've rested several times, several interrupted rests, like re-resting. It's really just a lot of time passed.
I
There
think
you go.
I think it's 5 a.m. when you get out here, just based on my rough estimate in my head.
There you go. That's real close
Alright.
too. 6 a.m.
5
There you
a.m.
go.
Okay, so maybe you delay a little bit. You set off at 6. You have some breakfast before you head out. So,
Yeah.
it takes about an hour traveling northeast.
So if your first milestone was to write a famous bardic song, maybe your second one should be to become like regionally well known and famous for being a bard. You know what I mean? Like if you don't have anything else to go,
I haven't written the bardic song yet.
well, that's
I'd forgotten that we got that far.
You
I must have been
still
drunk
have-
last week.
You still have to. You need to know what your next levels after that are, so you're not just short-sighting yourself into level at a time. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It gets to be really meta when you do that. So if you have a large set of overarching goals, it would be pretty helpful to your character
Well,
development.
I think my character wants to be the best bard.
You're the
Ever.
best around.
I would actually be
Oh,
rolling
And
survival.
you know, Ninja, I had said before having a museum with a good like a couple few good displays would be pretty important too. And now I do have a couple good displays.
Yeah, well, that got you to
Let's go.
level 2 when you set up your your Minotaur horn, right? That was
Yeah,
your
that's
first
right.
big display.
And now we've got this the religious ceremonies of the cult of Orcus display we can do with this big tapestry.
Yeah. Well, plus you just need to
Uh,
like finish building your building. That's probably going to be
Surely
an
that's been
important
done
part of
by
it.
now. Surely that's done by now. People have
You
been working
have
on that
not.
for so long.
It takes a while to construct a building. They've only been at it for like a week. Sometimes it can take 2, 3, 4 weeks, depending on the size of the building. Your building's small, so they should be done pretty soon.
We've
So
taken
do I have to?
2 weeks of downtime since we started building that at least.
It's close. It's getting there.
Do I have to actually write a bardic song, or like does my character just do a bardic song?
So that could be a few different things. Maybe you need to do something like adventurous, and when you go on an adventure, then that would become the story that you're writing the bardic song about, right?
Well, I thought that's what I. So the Minotaur one,
Okay.
the Minotaur dungeon one.
If you write a bardic song about the Minotaur, what you want to do is, since you've already had that adventure and you can write a story about that, then you would spend a period of downtime where you'd be doing essentially like a research. And research downtime, you make a check to see how successful you are, and if you make enough progress that you've finished your song to your liking, then you could go present it and perform your song, and that would be like the milestone when you perform your song and see how the crowd reacts.
Okay, so I assumed that I was writing it. I think I forgot that I was writing it, but I feel like I could have been doing it while these past few weeks I haven't played.
Yeah, you
But,
could say that. You could say that you wrote it during the
I'm gonna
downtime.
actually write one. I'm gonna actually write one.
You're
So fuck
welcome
it.
to write an actual song and perform it for us. That would be funny on the stream. But
That would be great. Yeah.
I want my level.
if you're not that outgoing, you can do it as a check as well.
No, I'm gonna do it. you guys, you haven't met me before, Ninja. What's wrong with you?
We'll do
No,
it, man. Sing to
I'll
us.
do one next week. Next week I'll have a bardic song, and pull up my level. There we go. I'm good. Happy.
All right.
So
Milestone stuff.
I don't believe Absworth is scouting for us this time, but I am still going to be tracking this time around, Ninja. So
Tracking what though? You just looking
looking for
tracks?
tracks, just making sure that we're not following anything too shisty or shafty
Shafty.
in general.
Girthy, even.
Well, owlbears. We on the way out here we did have owlbear tracks.
It's a good point. You don't want to run into owlbears. Those things suck.
Yeah, so
Owlbears would accept me.
Maybe. If you hoot at them just right, you have to make a charisma check.
yeah.
I was
Unless Go ahead.
I was messaging Shabby about her benchmarks, and one of them was going to be because of her background is being she grew up on the streets. She's an urchin, and one of her goals was to find a home. Barker just invited her to stay at the warehouse. I think that would count as their goal of finding a home. Can we say she's level 2 now?
Sure.
That works. You achieved one of your goals tonight, so you're level 2.
Congrats.
Yay!
But
Yeah.
Your first level up
Unless-
doesn't have to be anything spectacular, because that's
Yeah,
getting to level 2 is as basic as it comes.
Yeah, of the goals she was presenting me, find a home was like the easiest one to obtain, and technically she just achieved it. So I was like, yeah, that could be your level 2 goal right there.
So
However,
unless
those goals
some-
should become progressively harder.
Of course, yes.
unless somebody wants to take up scouting, we're just going to kind of push forward on our way back
All right.
with no scout. in
Sorry about
front
the delay.
other than
I've
me.
been sort of constructing it as we go. You travel.
Oh, you're fine.
You travel to room 1 here. The weather's gray with ominous clouds promising rain. The forest is full of buzzing bugs making a low noise. This part of the forest is difficult to traverse. Barker's dog-driven cart might hit a lot of snags and bumps, and there's a lot of tall grasses that have to be sort of like bushwhacked and hacked through with a sword. Too many trees grow in around each other, forcing you to squeeze through in several spots or find a different direction around. Since you've got wagons, you're probably going to have to opt to go around it, which is going to cost you some time.
All right.
Does anybody want to make any kind of check while here, or do you want to go around to the north or south?
Where are we on the map here? And where's the town?
You're here. Town is at the end of that track there. I'm saying it's difficult to get your vehicles into 2, so you might want to go here
Oh, shit.
or
Sorry.
here.
Jeez.
My ping
And-
wasn't working. Then they all went through at once.
And this red line is like a travel road, like a known open travel road. Safer, I guess.
Red line is a quest you did not take, so ignore that
Oh.
one.
Okay.
Are we on a well-traveled road though?
You were in the middle of the wilderness, in the middle of nowhere.
What is
No
this
deer
here?
trails, nothing. We're
Oh, that's a dungeon.
paving our own road.
Correct. The description I read said you are in a densely overgrown part of wilderness.
You said the weather is decent, but not great.
Ominous clouds promising rain, but it's not raining now.
And north looks iffy, south looks
Well, currently, you were trying to move towards 2, but you can see that it's kind of blocked. Your vehicles won't get through. So you can go around it by going this way or this way, but neither of those areas has been scouted yet.
I do not want to go south. South is bad.
I need to scout. I need to be doing that.
Okay, I didn't know if you wanted to still do that, Barker.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I need to be doing that.
okay.
Since
wagon.
I already kind of made a map to the dungeon and that kind of that magical house we went through with the mist and all that, I'll go back to do some herbalism all the way back home.
All right. So, Barker,
Oh, I get a natural
Good
20.
there.
which direction are you scouting? I heard one person say we don't want to go south, so are you going to head this way to the north?
I would prefer to go north. I don't. South has been described to us as not a great region to be in.
Ninja, if I roll a natural 20 on a survival for herbalism, is there anything special that happens, or is it just a larger quantity?
It's just a... that's a good question. Herbalism. What was I doing last time you got herbs? I was generating a random one, right?
No, it was a quantity. There's a math in the calculation you gave me.
I think
A
I'll give you,
survival.
I'll give you a
survi-
special drop for your nat 20. Hang on a second.
It was a survival 10 divided by 2.
I know I had a chariot made of dogs. Oh, there it is. My chariot.
But
All right, what did you find? Pick a number between 1 and 10.
I'll roll one, okay. 4.
Okay. You're probably not even going to want this, but let's see. I'll use this note card.
let's say Barker, you can just leave him on here. I don't think he's moving the little red piece for us.
I feel like there might have been something on this note card at one point, but now it just says so I'm going to use it. All right, you find a field with 910 pounds of sour grass. It's not worth very much, but it is an ingredient.
Wow. This is a great spot. Well, then I'll actually make a mark on the map of where I found this. How much can I fit on a horse?
I don't know. Horse might be able to carry 400 if you're not on it.
Yeah, I'll put 300. I'll take 300 pounds, okay? Because I already have a few other things on him already.
All right. Just make a note of how much it's worth. A single copper each for each pound of sour grass. knowledge there. So Barker, you're scouting ahead, and you go to the north. I imagine you don't take your
Yes.
cart when you go scouting, right?
No, I just want to make this the. I was just killing time. Don't
Well,
wanna ride
actually,
it.
oh Barker, not Barker, but Adford.
What?
Look at the
Okay.
field that I found here. This is all ingredients. I grabbed with a fairly large quantity, but with your chariot or maybe your bag, maybe there might be a way to carry some more. It's not worth a tons, but there's still another 600 pounds here at least.
What was your
I do
stealth check,
that.
Barker?
16.
16.
I say no, that's far too heavy. I have barely any space left after that adventure in my bag. I can't carry hardly anything else. I'm sorry.
No problem.
I do mention to the group, guess what we're not picking on the way back up, boys?
Barker, what's your knowledge nature?
Well, my knowledge nature type just happens to be a little bit like not stalling for time while I check my skill sheet. My nature is a 3. I
3.
knew that obviously.
All right.
And I did find a book, and hey, that book you gave me actually gives me a +1 if I have it held while doing knowledge nature. So can I apply that?
Sure. All right, Barker. You very stealthily creep to the north of where your party was to try to go around that deep tangle of thick trees growing in around, forcing you to take your cart wide around it. This area, unfortunately, seems pretty unsafe because you spot a very large creature. What a monstrosity it is. A gigantic beast. It's got sort of a scorpion-like tail and the body of a lion.
Oh, neat. Does my nature determine that I know that that's a fucking manticore?
Your nature determined that you have no clue what that is, but it looks scary.
Can I head east? Can I go to 4 from here? Can I be like, boop? I want to avoid you.
Well,
Can I tell the group that's what we need to do?
Oh, hang on. So you're technically still in 1. When you do a stealth check,
Oh.
you're just looking into the area. So you discover there's a manticore there. It didn't see you. You can just back into 1.
Yeah, I say we need to not go that way. So I go scout this side instead, yeah?
It's like, fuck this, we're going south anyway.
Yeah, let's... I don't know what you said was bad about south, but it can't be worse than that. Let's go this way. If anyone asks what I saw, I will describe the giant lion snake tail thing that I saw. And it was
Before
terrifying.
you start going south, I do mention to the group that, do you guys remember that we had a cannon that we wanted to go back and pick up?
No, it's too much trouble.
Yeah, I have it indicated on the map where it is.
I
We
just
can-
mentioned it.
Maybe when we come,
That's like way up there.
If we have,
So-
if we have spare time, we'll be able to go back.
I do mention it. I would be remiss if I didn't mention it.
Alright, an 18 to scout this spot, Ninja.
All right. You start scouting to the south instead. To the south.
I follow and track.
This part of the forest is also overgrown with thick bushes, and there's a thick canopy of trees. No, wait. The canopy of trees thins out, but there's thick bushes. Thorny bushes require a lot of bushwhacking here, but at least the ground is reasonably flat, and there's not a lot of trees growing close together. In fact, there's only like one major tree in a big open area. Ugly bastard of a tree, and there's a couple things flying around it.
Oof.
Can I advise everyone to just go around and not mess with it and proceed?
You could easily keep your distance from the ugly tree with some stuff flying around it. But you'll have to
Yeah, I'm
hack
gonna
your
go-
way through the underbrush if you're gonna pull the vehicles through here.
Well, we've got a dwarf for that. It's fine.
A couple dwarfs.
I was talking about guys down there. Yeah, I forgot about those guys. Them
Let
too.
them do it. Let them do
Um,
it. You
Yeah,
paid
I
'em.
report that and then be like, yoink, next square, please. Like that. Or this is the trail, right?
Okay,
So
well,
we
hang
gotta
on.
go
So when you
we
finish
gotta
your
go
scouting,
another one up.
like
and
I said
then this
before, when
way
you
to
finish
go
your
there.
scouting, you bounce back to 1 here. So it's like, scout ahead, report to the party. So now the
Yeah,
party knows
but-
there's something dangerous here, something dangerous there. However, you might have an easier time going this way.
That's what I was gonna say. We could go this way, and then I would proceed to scout this next square up, right?
Well, I mean, so the party, are you gonna move up into this area?
Yeah, I think the party is this marker, Barker. So
It's still on. I know.
you would be that, and then the marker is us.
Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. What you just
Yeah.
said there.
So
All right. Well, if everybody follows my suggestion, we'll go here. If not, we'll go wherever everybody else says.
All right.
no, we're following your suggestion.
So Barker says, "Come this way." So the party moves here. When you get here, it's gonna be around 8 o'clock. All right.
I rolled a 23 for tracking.
The weather's fair, but you can still hear distant storms. The forest here has sort of a quiet solitude to it. Like I explained, it's thickly overgrown, so Kaz, you can roll your athletics check to hack through the bushes.
Indeed. Because I'm a trailblazer.
Bushwhacking.
20.
All right.
Chop up the trees like it's nothing. Just right through them, one swing.
Okay. So you're moving along. The things flying around in the tree hide. And since you guys don't go near the tree, nothing happens. All right. So from here, you can move back into the original track of 2. Do you want to scout 2?
Yeah, with a 20.
All right. So Barker rolls a 20. He scouts into 2. When you get into 2, you can hear the roar of a predator to the southwest. That must be that manticore. But he's in the distance.
You can stay there.
A manticore.
If it's safe, I could suggest we continue this way and keep going down the easy path.
This
What
part
a
of the
nice
forest
trophy, a
is
manticore.
rocky, and moss-covered rocks are moist and slippery to walk on.
A manticore exhibit in the museum?
But other than
Oh,
that, it seems
boy.
pretty safe in 2, so you can bring the whole party up.
I suggest we continue.
Okay. So, Barker, scouting into 3, I
Yeah.
imagine?
Yeah. Ooh.
Fail. Okay.
A 9. Well, I got advantage, so it's a 9.
You can hear forest elves singing somewhere in the distance. This part of the forest has one huge boulder in the middle. There's some signs of humanoids that mark their territory on the stone, but they don't seem recent. Tribal markings, maybe?
Well, which direction does it sound like the elves are singing from?
Hard to tell.
I report back to the party, the news, and I tell them about the rock. It kind of seems important to some people, maybe. We might not want to mess with it and continue past. I don't know.
Did you say rock?
It's big. No, not that kind of rock. Big rock, giant, large, with inscriptions on it.
Safe, though, so you guys move up?
I used to ride those babies for miles.
Yep.
All right, that'll put you at about 9 in the morning. So the sun starts to climb high. You can still hear those threatening, ominous clouds in the distance, but there's also the sounds of mirthful singing in the distance. The occasional roar of a manticore.
Another almost crit fail.
Well, hang on. You can't scout ahead just yet, because something happens in this room. So, as you're trying to make progress forward to the northeast, you notice that the road is blocked by a thick sapling that grows in the middle of the path, flanked by thick old trees. It forms something of a barrier. However, you could chop it down with a moderate amount of work if Kaz wants to hack through that.
Does this seem deliberate to anyone else, or is it just me?
What?
And is there?
This
Well,
the way the trees are growing.
Well, we're literally going through the middle of the wilderness. There is no path.
Oh.
Yeah, there is no actual path here. We're making our own path.
Occasionally you'll be on a deer trail or something, but to stay in the right direction, you usually have to break off them here and there.
With any of these survival checks I'm rolling, am I spotting any tracks whatsoever that would make me believe that we're in any type of danger?
Now, you have not spotted a single track yet. You didn't
Okay.
go into the area with the Manicore. You would have spotted some tracks there if you
Okay,
had
cool.
checked there.
I mentioned Barker, actually, that's your call with the sapling. Did you relay that to us?
Yeah, I'll tell you what I find when I'm scouting.
So, Kef, do you want to chop this down?
You know I do.
DC 15, can you hack through this young sapling? Yes, you can.
I can.
All right.
That probably pissed off somebody. But it's okay. We keep moving.
All right, Barker, if you want to scout 4.
Yeah.
He already scouted. I
Already
think that was
rolled.
in 4. That was in 4. We're moving to 5.
Yeah, I haven't gotten to it yet, though. So what was the number?
An 11.
An 11. All right. Everything in its proper order. There was still stuff going on in that last room. So
Oh.
when you get to 4, it starts to rain. The forest is full of chirping crickets. This is that area that has the one huge boulder. Barker, did you say you want to avoid the boulder?
I feel like avoid messing with the boulder. I don't think looking at it would be a problem. I'll tell people it just seems to have some inscriptions on it, but I feel like some people might hold it in high regard, maybe. Like, I don't know.
Moments later, a goblin emerges and climbs up on top of the rock. It scouts around a little bit, but it doesn't spot you. It takes some kind of bag, and it upturns the bag into a pack of brambles and shrubbery. There's like a wall of brambles and shrubbery, and he dumps the bag behind it. The bag seems to be full of oats of some kind, and after he dumps the bag there, you hear a bunch of munching noises. And then the goblin cackles and climbs back into his hiding spot within the boulder.
We demand a shrubbery.
So something's going on here. You're not quite sure what it is, Barker. What do you want to do?
Can I just,
It's drugs.
like, roll sneak and get closer?
All right. Well, you haven't been spotted or anything. There's no chance of that until you're in front of a creature, so you don't even have to roll again.
Oh,
You
can
can
I
just-
try to improve it, though? It's the
Yeah, I'm sure that's
hopes I have
that's fine.
here.
That's fine. Go ahead and roll a new stealth and sneak on in.
There you go. There you go.
Much better. Yeah, I'm much more comfortable about the situation now.
All right,
It's all dependent
so
on that first caveat.
I
there.
described a couple areas. There's the boulder area, and then there's also the wall of brambles area. What do you want to investigate?
The boulder area, obviously.
All right. The boulder, if you've played that latest Legend of Zelda game, the bogoblins live in those skull type buildings. It's sort of like that.
Dude,
It appears to
don't know
be
what you're talking about.
it appears to be a boulder, but it's actually hollowed out on the inside, and it's got several openings on the side that you can't see from where you were at. They're kind of concealed by shrubberies as well. And so maybe the goblins have like a little goblin tribe that lives inside of the boulder, but it's daytime and goblins don't like light all that much, so they're probably keeping a low profile and not doing too much at 9 a.m.
I just happen to have this spell book I can't use that is written in Goblin. I will take it out of my bag of holding. I will lay it on the ground about 2 feet outside the mouth of the cave, or the building, I mean. And I will sit there and watch and see if anybody comes out to accept my bait.
Okay.
And if they do, I'll be ready to capture them.
Well, if Barker sits down to wait and watch, the rest of the party will grow restless. You guys are back here in room 3, and Barker has not returned in a while. Do you wish to pursue or wait the hour?
Me and Ron, I'm gonna tell the group to those that wish to come up with me that are sneaky. I tell the dwarves, not you.
Aye, we understand.
If they wish to come up and check on Absforth, they're more than welcome to join me if they're confident in their sneaking ability. because typically Absforth is not gone this long.
Yeah, last time it was captured.
Exactly, but I'm going to roll stealth as well as Ron, and we're gonna sneak up.
I think we could start moving, but if you want to move at faster pace, you can. But we could start moving at slower pace.
I'm gonna
with our
sneak
armor.
up though.
No, but we're obviously we're gonna stay like a fair distance behind. But we're not gonna be able to hide through these forests. It's pretty thick, and we have some heavy armor. But
12 for
we
me.
should start moving because if he's in trouble, you're gonna need the help.
Yeah. So I rolled a 12.
All right, Defin and Ron approach the area up ahead to the northeast. You spot the area with the boulder. I guess Barker, roll a perception to see him. He can roll a perception to see you. Chances are you won't even see each other.
Alright, so also Ninja, I wanted to tell you a little bit of my character, like as far as my character's going. He's been fancying himself an assassin recently, and is really looking to use this as practice to try to see if he's actually got what it takes. So like this baiting thing is seeing if he's got, some of the skill set associated with being a good assassin. And y'all wouldn't know this. These are just thoughts my guy's been having. He's kind of questioning whether being.
So I rolled a nat
intelligence
20
was
on my
enough.
perception.
All right, so Defin, you're gonna spot Barker. You're gonna be able to.
What was that first roll you rolled then?
Those were my stealth rolls on Ron and me.
You had already rolled those, didn't you?
No.
So
yeah. So
he approaches
me and Ron.
Abforth. So Barker, you're gonna be able to tell him your plan if you want.
Yeah, I'm
really?
just.
Well, he's gonna wonder why you're there. I don't know. Role play it how you like.
Well, I feel like he wouldn't have just instantly called up with me.
No,
one.
I
He didn't,
see him, but
Barker,
I'm not going to approach him.
You said you were waiting for a goblin. A whole bunch of
I'm
time is
not
passing.
going to approach. I'm not going to approach him or say anything. I'm letting Absforth do Absforth things. I'm just coming up to simply check on him. I see him.
I didn't see him or Ron stealthing, so I wouldn't know they're there. I'll just keep doing what I was planning on doing.
Yep.
Okay, so if you don't even,
I let the rest of the group know what I was doing, though.
All right. So the party remained behind, and he also decided to scout ahead, and so you could both do whatever you want to do. That's fine. The goblins actually hear Defin and Ron in the wilderness, and the goblins are going to peek their head out from the cave, and one of them's going to spot the spell book right away. He's going to run out and he's going to grab it. Did you want to do anything, Barker?
Yeah, I want to grapple him from behind and hold a knife to his throat as he comes out the door.
All right. Roll your grapple check.
Is that just an attack roll?
It depends. Do you want to do it grit and glory style?
I don't know the difference.
It's better. Stealth grapple. While you are
sure.
hidden from your target, as long as your stealth check, total, or passive stealth are above the passive perception of all nearby targets, you can come out of stealth and perform an opposed grapple check with advantage. So you would roll a athletics check with advantage, which is probably not your best roll, but advantage helps.
Not.
If you succeed, you may use your reaction to follow it with one of the following effects: gag, chokehold, or silent takedown.
I'm close enough, and I'm gonna help you.
20.
All right. So that is a successful grapple. You've grappled him. Do you wish to use your reaction to gag him, choke him, or take him down?
I'm going to use one arm to choke him and hold a knife to his throat at the same time and threaten the rest of the goblins.
All right. You try to grab the creature by the throat and prevent it from breathing. Make another opposed grapple check. That'll prevent it from making any noise, and it will begin suffocating. You have advantage on your roll.
11.
An 11. All right. He's going to resist. So you were unsuccessful at fully choking him out, and he's going to.
I really just wanted to grapple him anyway. It's fine.
Yeah, he's still grappled.
I'm next to him at that point because I was coming in to assist.
He's still grappled, but he was able to squeak out a couple of noises before your hand clamped over his face. Defin, what do you want to do?
How many other goblins are there?
Unknown. There's only one that you can see.
I'm going to attempt to tie his hands if he's grappled.
All right. You have a rope. Roll a
Yes.
roll a check. Roll
What
one
kind of
those,
check?
strength athletics to what's beyond grapple? Restrain. To restrain him.
So it would just be a strength check.
All right.
+2.
The goblin's weak. You have a good chance.
No, that would be Ron. I am actually -1, so rough.
What, is Ron just gonna bite his nuts? Hold him in place?
Ron's gonna if he's on the ground, Ron could pounce him to hold him in place. I mean,
Pouncing on him would probably be dangerous for Abforth, who's got him in a chokehold right now.
okay then no. Ron's just gonna be there to assist. Oof, that was rough. I didn't.
Failed to restrain.
What a great help. 2 halflings trying to take down a goblin. This is sad.
I'm under control just fine. I don't know why you're throwing me in that situation. In the sad part,
I didn't know it at the time.
Stealthed and grappled him successfully.
I didn't know it at the time, man. I was just, coming in.
All right. Deffin's been spotted by a goblin inside the stone building. The goblin's going to climb up on the roof and fire an arrow at Deffin. The arrow has a 20 to hit.
Oof, it's going to hit me.
Goblin arrow hits you for 5 damage.
Okay.
Inside
13.
inside the stone, a horn blares.
Can we hear that from distance?
You
Yeah, let
can.
Deffin descend Ron to go back to get the.
I tell to the group we should probably increase the pace that we're moving.
I tell them that they're not too far behind me.
That's good, because this could get troublesome.
All right, hang on. I need
Yeah,
a stone of some sort. So let's see. We've got Deffin, we've got Ron Burgundy, and Barker. Put your Abforth on the board here. I'm gonna switch it to grid.
I was gonna say, where do you want to put everybody?
Now I'm gonna put Abforth and Deffin, and you guys. You're all going to be. Over here.
Oh yeah, that's where I figured.
Everybody else is not even on the map. You guys are way the fuck out here.
I figured they weren't too far behind me, but okay.
They're not too far behind, but they're still not even on the board. And if I have anything I can use as a base here, let me see.
I basically commanded Ron to attack or defend. Damn, what the hell is that?
All right. Goblin Rock right here. I'll just spawn in some goblins and I'll be all set.
What do you guys think? Meeting with the Minotaurs or Massacre of the Minotaurs?
We massacred them.
Masturbation of the Minotaurs.
Jeez.
Masturbation of the Minotaurs.
I need a door. Let me grab a door from my bag here. This building has a front entrance, and then it's got a couple windows. Here's a door. Alright, so that goblin came out of this front door, which is here. About there.
Which way did we come from? The left or the right?
Abforth jumped out of these bushes and nabbed him. Deffin came over here and tried to help. And this goblin climbed up on top of the roof where he's visible. The others are inside where they are not visible, so only this one can be seen. And everybody else is 3 turns away when they hear the bugle.
Jesus.
Okay, so Abforth, what do you do?
Well, seeing that my original plan has had a large wheel thrown in
Been
the gear,
destroyed.
had a large wheel thrown in the bicycle.
I was looking
wheel, so
forward to
say,
the
a large
character
stick.
building of Abfirth becoming an assassin there.
It is what it is.
You could still assassinate him. Nothing's stopping you.
Well, that's true. That's why I'm just taking. I'm going to take my turns. No problem. Does the goblin have the spell book I'll set down there?
He probably dropped it when he got grappled.
I'm gonna ask Stefan to pick that up for me so they don't end up with it. Pretty valuable. And actually, where's the brambles at that I saw
I was-
the one guy feeding?
Can I ask you real quick if you still want to try and restrain him?
I've got him restrained. I don't need
Like,
help.
Tie him up. Like, are we still
No,
trying to
no,
capture him?
No, I'm not. It's never what I was doing.
Okay.
Where are those brambles? I saw the one goblin throw the
other side of
oats
the building.
into. I'm gonna walk that direction and say, you better get ready to fight, because there's quite a few goblins here. Sounds like this over there, back that way.
Why is he floating? This one in the air.
He's on top of the rock.
Okay.
I'm gonna walk towards where I saw that one go. Is it like right here? You said?
Can you see these brambles?
Yeah, I can.
Yes.
So he climbed up on the roof and he was dumping something back there.
All right, I'm gonna try to. How do I get? Do I have to go inside to get to the roof?
Yes. I guess you could climb out the outside if you had a rope or something.
I'm gonna ask this goblin what's in the bush and the brambles back there. I might consider sparing his life if he tells me as I walk up and take cover against the rock while holding him.
You can only half move while grappling, and I
use
think
my
you have to
bonus
make an
action.
opposed athletics check to succeed.
Oh yeah.
So if he
ninja.
struggles, he's got a 14. Can you beat his 14?
Probably not.
All right. So you're unable to
I don't
drag him
imagine I
because
have-
he's putting up
Don't
a bit of a
imagine I have
fight.
advantage.
And when you ask him a
What?
question, he says "Briark" and a bunch of other stuff in Goblin that you don't understand.
I'll look back at the half Devlin and ask him if he speaks Goblin.
Unfortunately,
Yes.
my friend, that is not one of the languages that I know.
All right, I stab him in his temple. I stab this goblin in his temple while I'm holding him.
He does.
Okay. Would I still be considered my action trying to walk with him?
Well, your action was to kill him, but now you could just drag the corpse if you want.
No, I don't need the corpse. I was only using him for a slight bit of information. I'm going to use my bonus action to dash and use the rock as cover. And that's about all I can do, I think.
All right.
Hey, what are you doing with that?
That's Abforth. That's not me.
I know. I'm using it right now.
Oh.
I'll delete it once I'm done.
Alright, Defin's move.
And no, I'm not jerking off to his character.
I mean,
Oh.
he's pretty, so I would understand if you were.
How tall is this building?
What do you think's a better moose? This or this?
Moose?
Probably not this.
Uh,
I'm gonna use the deer.
okay.
You guys haven't made it back
Um,
to town yet, right?
Just
No.
make it big.
Hey, Ninja, when they get back to town, I'd like them to see that poster I just made and sent to you.
Okay.
That is a giant moose.
Oh, you need to show this to Shabby. I've got her new character model.
Alright. Oh god. Jeez. How like how tall of a rock are we talking here? Like Ron could not scale that, right?
It's a 20-foot tall rock with smooth surfaces. DC 20 to climb.
All right.
Ron's a panther, right?
Yeah, Ron the Panther.
Yeah, I was just making sure I knew what he was.
He's also Ron. Well, Ron is actually a planar beast, but Devin does not know that yet.
Stat-wise, though,
Whoa.
you're using a panther.
What happened to the board?
Just a second. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't know it would load in at this super size of Simbe card. It was just a Simbe card.
Well.
I didn't know it would do this. I'm so sorry.
Oh, you're taking everything
just-
with you.
No.
And now you just picked everything up with it.
Chill, I got this. I got this. This is fine. This is fine.
It's quite clear
I
you got
could-
that. Yeah.
You
Can
got
we
this.
rewind?
No, don't do that. This is fine. This is fine.
Jeez.
Now somebody get that. Yeah, you've got it figured out. We're working together.
I just
It's called
place everything
teamwork.
exactly where it was.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
got stuff.
Working on
What
it.
the fuck?
Working on it. Just wait.
Pretty close.
Pretty
I think I did
close.
good.
All right, let me rename my mooses.
Nieces.
All right,
Just moose.
moose.
Those are deer.
No, they're moose.
A false wall of brambles and shrubbery hides angry moose. They have been underfed and are incredibly irritable. Dun dun dun.
Are they seriously actual? Are you fucking kidding me?
Moose are terribly dangerous creatures.
All right, 2 angry moose emerge from the brambles. That's what I
You
do.
fucking kidding me?
The goblins are gonna climb up onto the roof. Roof. All right.
You have speak to animals. Maybe use it.
The goblins are blowing the horn, and the moose are going, making their like moose
Cool.
noises in response.
Isn't it
to
my
the-
turn
to
right
the
now?
Horn. It was the cult. The dwarves go, try to get closer. Peter de Grey tries to get closer.
I didn't get a turn here, Ninja. Avforth went and I didn't get a turn.
Everybody is 3 turns away moving. Did you hear that part?
I'm Fire Weasel.
Oh. Yeah.
Defen. You just like totally skipped over me.
Okay, what do you do?
Like, give me a chance. All right. So, are there any trees in the area? Are there any trees in the area other than like these over here?
Nope.
Like, are these trees?
Those are bushes.
Is this a tree?
There's nothing here but bushes and this giant rock.
Okay.
And the brambles.
And I can't see the mooses yet.
No, they haven't gone yet. They're still in the brambles.
Okay. I'm going to hop on Ron, and we are going to.
Are they really that big?
They're moose. Moose are very large.
We're gonna.
When did we take the portal
Actually,
to Canada?
I gotta see if I can get over there. Let's see. 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. We're gonna go right here. Both of us. And I'm going to order Ron to attack anything that comes in our area. And I think from here I can actually see the moose, but I can't talk to them because I've already taken my action, so. And that will be my turn.
It's a DC 15 Wisdom Perception check to spot the moose in the brambles.
DC 15 perception. Let me see.
But they're going to emerge from the brambles, do all that noise that they just made.
Yeah, I wouldn't have been able to see it, but I'll see them now, but yeah.
They become obvious. So, like I said, the goblins climb up onto the roof. And I think the goblins are probably going to run and jump onto the moose. and they scream "Yeehaw!" and then the moose take off running at high
Interesting.
speed.
Moose run.
That's the
What?
best way this could have turned out.
What in the actual hell just happened, Doctor Absworth?
I was wondering the same thing.
Okay.
I was trying to figure out the situation, and then we were forced to face it. That's what
Mighty
happened.
escape moose. The goblins had a plan.
I guess we should examine their stronghold since we're here.
Are we out of combat?
Unless you want to pursue the moose.
Um,
And then the rest of the party will catch up 3 turns later.
I'm good. I'm not pursuing that. That moose was huge, bigger than Ron. I'm good.
Moose
you want
are
a trophy.
gigantic.
Nah, maybe
Sure,
another
that's what I
day.
figured that's why you were here for sure, is for a trophy or something. I couldn't. figure it out
Maybe
otherwise.
another day, friend. This
I'm
is
trying to figure it out here, but I can't. So I thought that was what it was.
no. I realized you had been gone for a little while, and I had snuck up and had hoped you hadn't been captured again, and I apologize for my failed attempt to try and help. I'm sorry.
I'll just shrug and say that's almost what I've come to expect. Don't worry.
I stand guard outside and let you do your thing and wait for the rest of the group to show up. Say this is your thing. It's whatever.
Like I say, don't think I don't appreciate you being willing to help, but
No.
just know when it's needed. Maybe
I'm
is all.
ashamed of my attempts. I'm kind of like just flabbergasted at how bad I failed.
Who investigates the building? Abforth?
That's
Yeah,
all
I
Absworth. I'm
need
waiting
to.
outside.
Abforth, you find 283 pounds of pork rinds.
Nice.
That what?
Oh, what?
Pork rinds.
Random loot generator.
Why didn't they feed those moose better? That's terrible.
Now they had like some vegetable matter they were feeding to the moose. The pork rinds were for themselves. They live off the local pigs in the forest nearby.
I'll climb
Pork
up to the top of the rock and keep watch out and tell you to go back and get the rest of the party and tell them it's safe this way now.
Okay, so the party is regrouped. You've
What up,
cleared
Crook?
the encounter for the Area 4.
Hey,
I attempt to.
looks like. You think we could stop here and play Jackbox maybe, since we're just kind of traveling and shit?
Well, I mean, if you don't finish your travels, you'll never get back to town.
Yeah, I kind of want to get back to town.
Alright, man. That's cool. We can finish.
Getting there is half the
We've-
battle.
Yeah, we've been in the same dungeon / woods for like 4 weeks.
Well, I mean, it takes time going through the wilderness. It's an
Yeah.
adventure. The traveling cross country is half the fun. You find all
Yeah.
sorts of weird shit out here, like goblins that ride moose.
Yeah. So I attempt to explain to the group what we just encountered. I've seen goblins before, but these moose, yes, they were riding giant angry moose. I've never seen it before, and yeah, I need to get home. I need to get home. It was quite the scene.
But it is getting close to midnight. I mean, and we could call the D&D game for the night because we've been at it for 4 hours, 5 hours.
That's kind of what I was saying. Yeah, just
Oh, okay.
calls here.
That's-
That's all I was suggesting.
Can you did you see that thing, Ninja? I sent you?
Let me take a look. Antonio Dabas and the Massacre of the Minotaurs now playing at the Tavern nightly. All right.
That's the thing.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
So that's why I want them to see that at some point, either
Yeah, it's going to be the advertisement on the front door.
No, at like inside the town. There's flyers around town.
Visit the amphitheater. See Antonio Dabas tonight.
Something like that. Yeah. I'm gonna have a thing ready for you on next Saturday. Full song with music.
And I guess I'll plan a whole bunch of town stuff. Some NPC encounters and things.
A big party.
You
What is
guys,
Professor doing right now?
it'll probably take you a while to get back to town still.
I think his Bluetooth shit's fucking up and he's trying to get it to reconnect.
No.
Yeah.
Hello? Professor?
Yeah, his Bluetooth's fucking up.
Look at him. He looks so sad. Hello? Professor? Oh, his $400 Stenhausers are fucking up. It's so frustrating. Look how frustrated he is.
Tragic.
That's why I keep a wired headset on tap.
How frustrated are you right now, Professor? Yes, in the studio. Yes, we got this. Just in. Professor is still having problems with his headset. Yes, that is confirmed. Back to you at the front desk, Gene.
All right. I'm going to end that stream on Twitch. Anybody out there in Twitch land, thanks for watching. Catch us again
Thanks,
on
Ninja.
next Saturday.